Perhaps you have held a coin, an old coin perhaps, found in a drawer or inherited from someone who valued such things. If you were to hold one now, a silver coin from Northern Europe, from the 13th or 14th century, you might feel its weight, heavier than modern coins, substantial in your palm. And if you looked closely at its surface, worn smooth by centuries and countless hands, you might make out the faint impression of a ship, a single-masted vessel with a square sail, and beside it perhaps a castle or a gateway, symbols of commerce and security, of movement and stability combined. This coin, minted in Lübeck or Hamburg, or one of the other merchant cities of the Baltic, represented something remarkable, something that existed for 500 years without being a kingdom or an empire, without conquest or territorial control, simply an association of merchants who understood that cooperation across distance could create prosperity that competition alone could not achieve. Tonight, we will explore the gentle history of the Hanseatic League, those merchant kings without kingdoms who built a commercial network stretching from Novgorod to London, from Bergen to Bruges, who moved timber and grain and furs and cloth across northern seas, who created institutions and trust networks that would shape European commerce for centuries. There is no need to remember the cities or the dates, no need to trace the routes on maps. Let the story drift like a merchant cog sailing steady across the Baltic, moving with patient purpose toward distant harbours. Settle in, let your breathing slow, and allow your mind to wander as we explore the patient, persistent economics of northern cooperation. Before there was a league, before merchants gathered in distant cities to forge alliances and negotiate privileges, before the great merchant houses of Lübeck and Hamburg rose to prominence, there was simply geography, the arrangement of land and water that would make certain trades necessary and certain routes inevitable. The northern coast of Europe curves and fragments into an intricate coastline, creating two connected but distinct bodies of water that would shape the economic life of the region for 1,000 years. The Baltic Sea, enclosed and nearly landlocked, stretches east from the narrow passages of the Danish Straits, reaching toward the Gulf of Finland and the approaches to what would become Russia. The North Sea, more open to the Atlantic, washes the coasts of what are now the Netherlands, Germany, Denmark, and extends northward along Norway's fjord-cut shores. These waters were cold, often storm-tossed, dangerous for the small vessels of the early medieval period, but they connected regions that had what other regions needed, that produced surpluses of goods that could not be obtained elsewhere, or would not be obtained as cheaply. The land surrounding the Baltic produced timber in vast quantities. The great forests of pine and oak that covered much of what is now northern Germany, Poland, the Baltic states and Scandinavia. This timber was essential for shipbuilding, for construction, for fuel, and the regions to the west and south, where forests had been cleared for agriculture, or where good shipbuilding timber was scarce, needed this wood desperately. The eastern Baltic regions, the territories that would later be organized under the Teutonic Order and the Russian principalities, produced furs in abundance, beaver and marten and squirrel, luxury goods that wealthy Europeans desired for warmth and for display. These furs came from animals trapped in forests and rivers far to the east, brought by Russian and Finnish hunters to trading posts, accumulated there until merchants could carry them westward. The value-to-weight ratio was favourable, a bundle of fine furs weighing relatively little but commanding high prices in Western markets, making them ideal for long-distance trade despite the difficulties of transport. Grain grew well in certain Baltic regions, particularly in what is now Poland and the areas around Danzig, later Gdansk. The climate was suitable, the soils were fertile enough, and in good years these regions produced surpluses that could be exported. Western Europe, particularly the Low Countries and England, experienced periodic grain shortages, their populations growing beyond what local agriculture could support in poor harvest years. Baltic grain shipped westward could prevent famine, could stabilize prices, could support urban populations that were growing as commerce and craft production expanded. The economics was straightforward. Buy grain where it was abundant and cheap, transport it to where it was scarce and expensive, sell at prices that covered transport costs and provided profit. The northern seas also produced a resource that would prove central to the medieval economy: fish, particularly herring. The herring runs, those massive seasonal migrations when millions of fish moved through particular waters in dense schools, were predictable and abundant. Each autumn, from roughly August through October, herring appeared in enormous numbers in the waters off Scania, the southern tip of what is now Sweden, but was then under Danish control. The schools were so dense that fishermen could fill their boats in hours, could catch thousands of fish in a single day's work. This abundance was remarkable, a natural resource that renewed itself annually, that required no cultivation or careful management, simply the effort of catching and processing. But herring spoiled quickly. In the warm months, a fresh herring might last only a day or two before decay set in. Even in the cooler autumn waters, the fish needed to be preserved within hours of being caught if they were to be transported any distance or stored for later consumption. The solution was salt, that mineral so common in some regions and so crucial for preservation. Herring could be gutted, layered with salt in wooden barrels and preserved for months, even years. The salted herring became a staple food across northern Europe, consumed by sailors on long voyages, by monks observing meatless fast days, by poor and wealthy alike, a source of protein that was relatively cheap and could be stored through winter when fresh food was scarce. The economics of the herring trade illustrate the fundamental patterns that would shape northern European commerce. The fish were caught at a specific location during a specific season. They had value only if preserved, which required salt. The salt came from other locations, primarily from Lüneburg in northern Germany, where underground salt deposits had been mined since perhaps the 10th century. The Lüneburg salt, extracted from brine springs and evaporated in large pans heated by wood fires, was relatively pure and particularly suitable for fish preservation. It had to be transported to the fishing grounds at Scania, hundreds of kilometres by ship. The salted herring then had to be transported to markets across northern Europe, to Lübeck and Hamburg, to Bruges and London, to Bergen and the interior German towns. Each stage of this process required coordination, required merchants who could arrange for ships to carry salt eastward and herring westward, who could negotiate with Danish authorities who controlled Scania and collected fees from the fishing fleets that gathered there each autumn, who could judge how much salt to send based on estimates of the herring catch, who could arrange for the distribution of preserved fish to the various markets where demand existed. No single merchant could manage all of this alone. The distances were too great, the coordination problems too complex, the capital requirements too substantial. Cooperation was necessary, not as an ethical choice, but as an economic necessity. The island of Gotland, sitting in the middle of the Baltic Sea, roughly equidistant from the Swedish, Danish and Baltic coasts, became an early centre for this coordinating role. The town of Visby on Gotland's western coast served as a meeting point where merchants from different regions could gather, where goods could be stored temporarily while awaiting onward transport, where agreements could be made about who would carry what to where. Visby in the 12th century was a modest town, perhaps a few thousand permanent residents, but during the trading season its population might swell significantly as merchants arrived with their goods and their servants and their plans. The physical setting of these early trading patterns shaped what was possible and what was difficult. The Baltic Sea, while enclosed, was large enough that voyages across it took days or even weeks depending on winds and weather. A ship sailing from Lübeck to Visby, a distance of perhaps 350 kilometres as a bird might fly, but longer following actual sailing routes, might make the journey in 3 or 4 days with favourable winds, or might take a week or more if winds were contrary, or if storms forced the vessel to seek shelter along the way. The ships themselves were modest by later standards, single-masted vessels with square sails, built of oak planking over oak frames, perhaps 15 to 20 metres long, able to carry perhaps 20 to 40 tons of cargo. These vessels, called cogs in many sources, were sturdy and practical, designed for the particular conditions of northern waters. They sat high in the water, which helped them handle rough seas without swamping. They had flat bottoms, which allowed them to be beached or to navigate shallow coastal waters and river mouths. The single square sail was simple to manage, requiring smaller crews than more complex rigging would have demanded, though it meant the ships could sail efficiently only when winds were generally favourable. When winds were contrary, the ships might wait in harbour for days, waiting for conditions to improve, or they might make slow progress tacking back and forth, a zigzag course that multiplied the distance travelled. The sailing season in northern waters was constrained by weather and ice. Generally, ships sailed from spring through autumn, roughly from April through October, though the exact timing varied by region and by how risk-averse or risk-tolerant individual merchants might be. Winter sailing was dangerous, storms more frequent and more severe, ice forming in harbours and along coasts, daylight hours short making navigation difficult. Most merchants preferred to have their ships safely back in harbour by November, their cargoes sold or stored, their accounts settled or at least recorded, waiting through the winter months for spring to come and the trading season to resume. This seasonal rhythm created its own economic patterns. Goods that arrived in autumn might not be sold until spring, which meant capital was tied up over winter, warehouses needed to be rented or owned, the goods needed to be protected from theft and damage. Merchants needed enough capital to cover not just the cost of goods and transport, but also the carrying costs of inventory waiting for markets to open. This favoured merchants who already had some wealth, who could absorb these delays, who could wait months for returns on their investments. It created barriers to entry for those with limited capital, who might need to turn over their investments more quickly to generate the cash flow necessary for survival. The risks were substantial and various. Ships could be lost to storms, could strike rocks or shoals in coastal waters where charts were imprecise and local knowledge was crucial, could be attacked by pirates who operated from bases along the Baltic coasts, could simply disappear without anyone ever knowing what had befallen them. Cargoes could be damaged by water seeping into holds, by improper packing, by rats and other vermin. Goods might arrive to find markets glutted, prices depressed below the cost of transport, profits evaporating, or goods might be seized by local authorities in disputes over customs duties or in retaliation for some real or imagined offence by other merchants from the same region. Individual merchants managed these risks through various strategies that would later be formalised and systematised, but that began as practical responses to obvious problems. Diversification was one strategy. Don't send all your goods on one ship. Don't invest all your capital in one type of cargo. Don't trade with only one partner or in only one market. If one venture failed, others might succeed and cover the losses. Partnership was another strategy. Join with other merchants to share the costs and risks of a voyage, agreeing in advance how profits or losses would be divided, reducing the exposure that any single merchant faced. Insurance, in informal versions, also existed. Agreements among merchants that if one suffered a loss, the others would contribute to help cover it, with the understanding that the same assistance would be provided if their fortunes reversed. The German merchants who traded in the Baltic in the 12th and early 13th centuries were not organised in any formal sense, were not members of a league or confederation, but they shared certain understandings and certain practices. They spoke Germanic languages that were similar enough for mutual comprehension. They came from cities and regions that were part of the Holy Roman Empire, that shared legal traditions and cultural assumptions. They often knew each other, or knew of each other, through the relatively small world of long-distance merchants where reputation travelled along with trade goods. This informal community provided a foundation, a basis for cooperation that would gradually become more structured, more deliberate, more powerful. The early 13th century saw the beginning of more permanent arrangements. German merchants established year-round presences in foreign trading cities, maintaining warehouses and residences, staying through winter rather than returning home with the ships each autumn. This required significant capital investment, the cost of purchasing or renting buildings, of maintaining staff year-round, of holding inventory through seasons when trade was slow. But it also provided advantages: better knowledge of local conditions, stronger relationships with local authorities and trading partners, the ability to purchase goods as they became available, rather than only during the brief summer trading season. The economic logic of permanent trading posts was compelling enough that despite the costs, merchants found the investment worthwhile. In Visby, German merchants formed a community large enough to build their own church, to establish rules for their trading house, to negotiate collectively with the Gotland authorities about privileges and fees. This pattern would repeat in other locations, in Novgorod, far to the east, in Bergen, to the north, in Bruges to the west, in London across the North Sea. Each of these trading posts would become a node in a network, a point where goods accumulated, where information was gathered and shared, where the trust and cooperation necessary for long-distance trade could be maintained and reinforced. But before these institutions developed fully, before the great trading houses and the formal agreements and the political power that the Hanseatic League would eventually wield, there was this earlier period of emerging patterns, of merchants learning what worked and what didn't, of routes being established and refined, of goods finding their markets and markets learning to expect regular supplies. The herring swam their seasonal courses, unconcerned with human commerce. The salt was mined and evaporated one pan at a time. The timber was felled in winter when frozen ground made transport easier, floated down rivers to ports, cut and loaded onto ships. The furs came from trap lines stretched across vast forests, accumulated at trading posts, carried westward in bundles. Each of these flows was small, modest, the work of individuals or small groups, but collectively they were weaving a network that would grow stronger and more elaborate with each passing decade, creating economic connections that would eventually span the northern world and make the merchants who controlled these connections wealthy beyond what their ancestors could have imagined. Patient accumulation building toward something larger, though no one could have predicted exactly what shape that larger thing would take. The patterns of trade that had emerged through the 12th century, the seasonal rhythms of herring and salt, the patient accumulation of timber and furs moving through Baltic waters toward Western markets, all of this commerce flowed through landscapes that were politically fragmented and legally uncertain. A merchant travelling from one territory to another might find himself subject to different laws, different customs, different expectations about contracts and property and dispute resolution. What was legal in one lord's territory might be forbidden in the next. A contract signed in one town might not be recognised or enforceable in another. Weights and measures varied, a pound in one market being heavier or lighter than a pound elsewhere, creating constant complications and opportunities for confusion or fraud. These variations were not merely inconvenient, but were economically costly in ways both obvious and subtle. The obvious costs included the need to constantly convert between different systems, to verify measurements, to negotiate the terms of each transaction afresh, because standard practices could not be assumed. The subtle costs were harder to quantify, but perhaps more significant. The uncertainty that made merchants reluctant to extend credit, the need to build trust slowly through repeated personal interactions because no legal framework guaranteed that agreements would be honoured, the limits on how large or complex transactions could become when everything depended on personal relationships rather than reliable institutions. A city emerged in the mid-12th century that would address these problems, not perfectly, not immediately, but persistently and successfully enough that it would become a model copied by dozens of other cities, a template for urban organisation that would shape the economic and legal development of Northern Europe for centuries. This was Lübeck, founded on a strategic site where the Trove River provided access to the Baltic Sea, and where portage routes connected to the Elbe River system, and thus to the North Sea and the interior of Germany. The location had been inhabited before, had seen an earlier Slavic settlement, and an initial German trading post, but the definitive founding of Lübeck as it would develop came in 1143, when Count Adolf VI of Holstein established a town on this site, granting it certain privileges designed to attract merchants and craftsmen. The physical advantages of Lübeck's location were significant but not unique. Many sites along the Baltic coast offered reasonable harbours and connections to inland trade routes. What would make Lübeck special? What would allow it to grow from a modest trading post to become the leading city of the Hanseatic League and one of the wealthiest cities in medieval Europe was not primarily its geography but its institutions, the legal and organisational frameworks that developed there and that merchants found so valuable that they returned year after year, that they established permanent residences and warehouses, that they entrusted with their goods and their capital. The key innovation, developed gradually over the late 12th and early 13th centuries, became known as Lübeck law, Lübisches Recht in German. This was not a single document or a codification handed down at one moment, but rather an accumulated body of legal practices and principles, recorded in various charters and court decisions and eventually compiled into more systematic form. The essence of Lubeck law was predictability, standardization, and the protection of commercial activity through clear rules that merchants could understand and rely upon. Property rights were clearly defined and protected. Contracts were enforceable through city courts that specialized in commercial disputes and that understood the needs of merchants. Standardized weights and measures ensured that a pound in Lübeck was the same reliable measure regardless of who was buying or selling. The economic value of this legal framework was substantial. A merchant arriving in Lübeck knew what rules would apply to his transactions. He knew that if a dispute arose, it would be resolved through established procedures by judges who understood commerce, rather than through the arbitrary judgment of a feudal lord who might have no experience with trade and no particular interest in protecting merchant interests. He knew that the pound of salt or herring he bought would be measured by the same standard that everyone used, that the coins he received in payment would be of reliable weight and fineness, that the warehouse where he stored his goods would be protected against theft by city authorities who had strong incentives to maintain Lübeck's reputation as a safe place for commerce. These assurances reduced what economists would call transaction costs, the expenses and difficulties involved in making exchanges. When rules are clear and reliable, when measurements are standardized, when contracts are enforceable, merchants can conduct business more quickly, more efficiently, with less need to verify every detail and guard against every possible way they might be cheated. Capital can flow more freely when property rights are secure. Credit can be extended more readily when lenders have confidence that debts will be repaid or that legal remedies exist if they are not. The entire pace and scale of commerce can expand when the institutional framework supports rather than hinders economic activity. Lübeck law addressed another crucial issue for merchants, the distinction between personal law and territorial law. In much of medieval Europe, law followed persons rather than territory. A merchant from Cologne, travelling to another region, remained subject to Cologne law and Cologne jurisdiction even when far from home. This created complications when merchants from multiple cities gathered in a single location for a fair or market. Whose law would apply to transactions between them? Whose courts would adjudicate disputes? The confusion and potential for conflict were substantial. Lübeck law, in contrast, applied to everyone conducting business in Lübeck, regardless of origin. This territorial principle created a level playing field, ensured that all merchants operated under the same rules, and provided a clear framework for resolving disputes without needing to navigate the complex questions of which personal law should take precedence. The city government itself was structured to support and protect commercial interests. Lübeck gained the status of an imperial free city, meaning it owed allegiance directly to the Holy Roman Emperor rather than to any intermediate territorial lord. This status, formally confirmed by Emperor Frederick Barbarossa in 1226, though effectively operating earlier, gave Lübeck considerable autonomy. The city was governed by a council of wealthy merchants, elected by and from the merchant class, men who understood commerce intimately because they engaged in it themselves, who had direct interests in policies that would facilitate trade and attract merchants from other regions. This council, the Rat in German, made decisions about everything from harbour fees to the maintenance of city walls, from regulations governing guilds to the administration of justice in commercial disputes. The council members served without pay, though the prestige and the opportunities for advancing their own commercial interests made the positions desirable. Council membership rotated, though certain wealthy families tended to dominate, providing continuity and institutional memory while also allowing new voices to enter as fortune shifted and new merchant families rose to prominence. The balance was imperfect but functional, creating governance that was responsive to merchant needs because the governors were themselves merchants with similar interests and concerns. The physical development of Lübeck reflected and supported its commercial functions. The city was built systematically, laid out in a planned grid unusual for medieval times, with broad streets that could accommodate carts and crowds, with designated market areas where particular types of goods were sold. The warehouses were substantial structures, built of brick and timber, designed to store goods securely and to protect them from weather and theft. Some warehouses were owned by the city and rented to merchants. Others were privately owned, either by individual merchants or by associations of merchants who pooled resources to build shared facilities. The merchant houses themselves, the residences and business premises of prosperous traders, combined multiple functions in a single structure. The ground floor typically included a large hall, the Diele, which served as office and warehouse and reception area, where goods could be examined, contracts negotiated, accounts settled. The upper floors provided living quarters for the merchant's family. Behind the main structure might be additional warehouse space, stables for horses, workshops for servants. These buildings were substantial investments, constructed of brick and timber and stone, built to last for generations, embodying in physical form the wealth that trade generated and the expectation that commerce would continue for the foreseeable future. St. Mary's Church, the Marienkirche, rising above the city with its twin towers visible to ships approaching from the sea, was built primarily with donations from merchant families, construction beginning in 1250 and continuing for decades. The church was enormous, far larger than the population strictly needed for religious services, but it served functions beyond worship. It was a statement of civic pride and merchant wealth, a demonstration that Lübeck's merchants could afford to build on a scale that rivaled the great cathedrals in older, more established cities. It was also a practical space for conducting business, merchants gathering after services to discuss trade matters, to share information, to negotiate deals in the church precincts if not in the sanctuary itself. The economic privileges that Lübeck secured through treaties and negotiations with surrounding powers were as valuable as the legal framework and physical infrastructure. Through the late 12th and 13th centuries, Lübeck's merchants negotiated agreements with various territorial rulers, with the kings of Denmark who controlled access to the Baltic through the Danish Straits, with the Teutonic Knights who controlled much of the eastern Baltic coast, with the princes and bishops who governed various German territories. These agreements typically included provisions for reduced or eliminated customs duties, for the right to trade without harassment, for access to markets and resources, for protection while travelling through the territory in question. Each of these privileges had economic value that could be quantified, though the value varied depending on circumstances. An exemption from a toll that amounted to perhaps 5% of cargo value, negotiated for passage through the Danish Sound, meant that goods could be moved more cheaply, that price differentials between origin and destination could be captured more fully by the merchants rather than being paid to authorities who provided little in return beyond permission to pass. Multiply such savings across hundreds of shipments per year, across dozens of merchants and multiple routes, and the accumulated value becomes substantial, becomes one of the foundations of Lübeck's growing prosperity. The city's population grew steadily through the 13th century, from perhaps 5,000 around 1200 to perhaps 15,000 by mid-century, and approaching 20,000 or more by 1300. This growth reflected economic opportunity. People moved to Lübeck because they could find work there, because merchants needed servants and clerks and warehouse workers, because the construction of houses and walls and churches and wharves required labourers and craftsmen, because a growing commercial centre needed bakers and brewers and butchers and all the other trades that supported urban life. The population growth created challenges, required investments in water supply and waste management and expanded defences, but it also created opportunities, a larger market for goods, a larger labour pool, a critical mass of people and activity that made Lübeck increasingly important as a trading hub. The standardization of weights and measures in Lübeck, while seemingly technical and mundane, had profound economic significance. The Lübeck pound, the Pfund, was defined precisely, maintained by official measures kept by city authorities, used consistently in all transactions within the city. When a merchant purchased grain measured in Lübeck pounds, he knew exactly what quantity he was receiving. When he sold cloth by the Lübeck ell, a measure of length, the buyer knew he was receiving a fair measure. This standardization reduced disputes, reduced the time needed to verify measurements, reduced the opportunities for fraud or honest mistakes. Other cities, observing Lübeck's success, adopted Lübeck law and Lübeck standards, sometimes wholesale and sometimes with modifications to suit local conditions. Rostock, Wismar, Stralsund, Hamburg, and dozens of other cities along the Baltic and North Sea coasts sought charters based on Lübeck law, received Lübeck's legal code as a template, sometimes sent their young men to Lübeck to be trained in law and commerce so they could return home and help establish similar institutions. This spread of Lübeck law created a zone of legal uniformity across much of Northern Europe, a vast region where merchants could operate with confidence that the same basic principles would apply, that contracts signed in one city would be recognized in others, that disputes could be resolved through similar procedures regardless of location. The economic effect was to reduce the entire region's transaction costs, to make long-distance trade easier and more profitable, to allow merchants to expand the scale and complexity of their operations, because they could rely on consistent legal frameworks rather than needing to learn and navigate a different system in every city. The value of this standardization is difficult to measure precisely, but was certainly substantial, was one of the factors that allowed Northern European trade to grow so significantly through the 13th and 14th centuries, that allowed the Hanseatic League to emerge and flourish as an economic and political force. Picture a merchant's office in Lübeck in 1280, in a substantial brick house on one of the streets near the market square. The dealie is busy this morning, clerks recording transactions in account books, servants moving barrels and crates, the merchant himself sitting at a heavy oak table, examining a letter that has just arrived from a trading partner in Visby. The letter, written in Low German in a careful hand, reports on conditions in Gotland, mentions prices for timber and furs, inquires about the availability of cloth and wine. The merchant considers the information, makes calculations on a wax tablet, decides to send a ship eastward in the spring carrying wine and fine cloth, planning to bring back timber and perhaps some furs if prices are favourable. The merchant's confidence in making this decision rests on multiple foundations. He knows his partner in Visby is reliable, has traded with him for a decade, knows that goods consigned to him will be properly stored and sold, and that accounts will be settled accurately. He knows that the legal system in both Lübeck and Visby, both operating under similar legal principles, will enforce contracts if necessary, though he hopes it won't be necessary because trust and reputation work more smoothly than legal compulsion. He knows that the ship he will hire, owned in shares by several Lübeck merchants including himself, is sound and well maintained, that the captain is experienced in Baltic navigation, that the crew will be competent. He knows what the voyage will cost, can estimate the prices his goods will fetch in Visby, and what he will need to pay for the timber and furs he intends to bring back, can calculate that if all goes well, he will make a profit of perhaps 20% on his invested capital, perhaps more if conditions are especially favourable. This is not dramatic commerce, not the stuff of adventure stories or heroic sagas. It is patient, calculated, built on information and relationships and institutions that function reliably enough that risks can be assessed and managed. The merchant makes his decisions based on experience accumulated over years, on knowledge of markets and goods and people, on confidence that the systems in which he operates will continue functioning as they have, that Lübeck will remain a safe and profitable base for his operations, that the investments he has made in warehouses and relationships and knowledge will continue generating returns, one voyage at a time, one transaction at a time, the careful accumulation of profit that over a career, over a lifetime, over generations would build substantial wealth and make Lübeck one of the richest and most powerful cities in medieval Europe, all of it resting on the foundations of law and order and institutional reliability that seemed so ordinary, so mundane, but that were in fact extraordinary achievements, the patient work of building frameworks that made prosperity possible for those who understood how to work within them. The institutional framework that Lübeck built, the legal predictability and the standardized measures and the physical infrastructure of warehouses and wharves, these solved problems that individual merchants faced when operating from a single base in a single city. But the trade network stretched far beyond Lübeck, extended to distant markets where German merchants were foreigners, where they needed to negotiate with authorities who had no particular reason to grant them favourable treatment, where the concentrations of German merchants were sometimes substantial enough to form distinct communities, but where they remained vulnerable to the whims of local rulers and the suspicions of local populations who might resent foreign competition for trade opportunities. The solution that emerged gradually and organically through the 13th century and into the 14th was the establishment of permanent trading posts in these foreign cities, called Kontore in German, fortified commercial enclaves where German merchants could live and work under their own rules, maintaining something like the Lübeck system even when hundreds or thousands of kilometres from Lübeck itself. These Kontore were not colonies in a political sense, not territories controlled by the Hanseatic cities, but rather negotiated privileges, grants from local rulers allowing German merchants to establish enclosed compounds where they could conduct business, store goods, and govern themselves according to their own customs and laws. The four major contouri that would define the Hanseatic presence abroad were established at different times and under different circumstances, but they shared common features and served similar functions. Novgorod, far to the east in what is now Russia, became the gateway to the vast resources of the Russian interior to furs and wax and honey and flax. Bergen, on the western coast of Norway, controlled access to the dried fish, the stockfish, that Norwegian fishermen harvested from the rich cod grounds of the North Atlantic. Bruges, in Flanders, was the commercial heart of the Low Countries, connecting the Hanseatic network to the cloth production of Flanders and Brabant, and to the trade routes that linked northern Europe to Italy and the Mediterranean. London, across the North Sea in England, provided access to English wool, and later to English cloth, and served as a point of connection to the Atlantic trades that were beginning to develop. The Peterhof in Novgorod, named for St. Peter and probably established in some form in the 12th century, though achieving its mature organisation by the 13th, was the most isolated and perhaps the most strictly regulated of the major contora. Novgorod was a wealthy trading city, a republic of sorts governed by an assembly of prominent citizens and an elected prince, sitting on the Volkhov River near Lake Ilmen in the northwest of the Russian lands. The city was the terminus of trade routes that reached deep into the Russian interior, along the Volkhov and its connecting waterways, bringing goods from forests and settlements hundreds of kilometres to the east and north. The German merchants in Novgorod established their compound on the commercial side of the river, the side where the market and many warehouses were located. The Peterhof was a walled enclosure, entered through a gate that could be locked at night, containing a church dedicated to St. Peter, residential buildings for the merchants, warehouses for storing goods, workshops and kitchens and other necessary facilities. At its peak, perhaps 80 to 100 German merchants might reside there simultaneously, though the number fluctuated with seasons and with the overall level of trade. The merchants were almost exclusively male, and the rules of the Peterhof were strict and comprehensive, designed to maintain order, prevent conflicts with the local population, and ensure that commercial interest took precedence over personal desires. The rules prohibited marriage while serving in Novgorod, prohibited bringing women into the Peterhof, limited contact with the Russian population to commercial interactions, required attendance at religious services, specified fines for various offences, and established a hierarchy of authority with elected aldermen who governed the community and represented it in dealings with Novgorod authorities. These restrictions might seem harsh, and they were certainly confining, but they served economic purposes. The prohibition on marriage prevented merchants from developing divided loyalties, from establishing permanent ties to Novgorod that might compromise their commitment to the Hanseatic network. The limits on social contact reduced opportunities for conflict and reduced the risk that individual merchants might develop private trading relationships that bypassed the collective arrangements through which the Hansa operated. The economic function of the Novgorod contour was to concentrate purchasing power and to maintain consistent demand for Russian goods while providing a reliable market for German exports. Russian merchants bringing furs from the interior knew they could sell in Novgorod to German buyers who would be there year-round, who would pay in silver that was reliable and accepted throughout the trading network, who would purchase in quantities large enough to justify the effort of bringing goods from distant sources. The Germans, in turn, could accumulate furs and wax and other goods over months storing them in the Peterhof warehouses until enough had been gathered to justify sending a convoy of ships back to Lübeck or other Baltic ports until the sailing season arrived and conditions were favourable for the voyage westward. The goods that flowed through Novgorod illustrate the economic logic of the trade. Furs, particularly valuable furs like marten and beaver, had excellent value-to-weight ratios, could be packed tightly for transport, could withstand long journeys without spoiling. Wax, produced by bees and collected from forest beekeepers, was essential for candles in an era when artificial lighting meant fire, when churches and wealthy households consumed vast quantities of wax for illumination. Honey, another bee product, had value as sweetener in a time before sugar was widely available. Flax, grown in Russian territories, could be processed into linen, a textile in steady demand. These goods moved westward through Novgorod to the German merchants' warehouses. Eastward moved silver, in coins and sometimes in ingots, which Russians valued both as currency and as raw material for their own coinage and for decorative metalwork. Cloth from Flanders and England travelled east, woolen textiles of various qualities, fine cloth for the wealthy, and coarser cloth for broader markets. Salt from Lüneburg, herring already processed in barrels, wine from the Rhineland, beer from German cities, all of these found markets in Novgorod and in the Russian territories beyond. The balance of trade tended to favour the Germans, more silver flowing east than goods flowing west on a pure value basis. But this was sustainable because the Russian lands had access to silver from their own mines and from trade with other directions, and because the goods the Germans provided were desired enough that Russians were willing to pay in silver to obtain them. The Bergen contour, established on the western coast of Norway in a region of dramatic fjords and rich fishing grounds, was organised somewhat differently but served similar functions. Bergen was Norway's principal trading city, the point where Norwegian dried fish, the stockfish that was cod split and dried in the cold northern air until it became hard as wood and could be stored for years without spoiling, was gathered for export. The Norwegian coast, particularly the Lofoten Islands to the north of Bergen, had some of the richest cod fisheries in the world, and the cold, dry climate made natural air drying possible, creating a preserved fish product that required no salt, that could be stored indefinitely, that provided protein for populations across northern Europe. The German merchants in Bergen, like those in Novgorod, lived in an enclosed community. Though the physical layout was different, long wooden buildings arranged along the waterfront, each building housing merchants and their servants, and containing warehouse space and workshops. The Bergen contour was called the Bryggen, the wharf, and at its peak perhaps 1,500 to 2,000 Germans might be resident there, far more than in Novgorod, reflecting the larger scale of the fish trade and the more extensive German control over Bergen's commerce. The Germans in Bergen came to dominate the city's economic life to an extent that sometimes created tensions with Norwegian authorities and with Norwegian merchants who found themselves unable to compete with the well-organised and well-financed German operations. The economic arrangement in Bergen was relatively simple in principle. German ships arrived from the Baltic, carrying grain from the eastern Baltic regions, salt, beer, cloth, and other goods that Norwegians wanted. They purchased stockfish with the proceeds, packed the dried fish into their holds, and sailed back to German ports where the fish would be distributed to markets across northern and central Europe. The fish was consumed everywhere by sailors on long voyages, by monks and others observing religious fast days that prohibited meat, by the poor who could afford little else, by anyone who needed protein in a form that could be stored through winter or transported over long distances without spoiling. The margins on the fish trade were not as dramatic as on furs or fine cloth, fish being a bulk commodity with lower value per unit weight, but the volumes were enormous and the cumulative profits substantial. A ship carrying perhaps 50 tons of stockfish, purchased in Bergen for a price that reflected both the cost to Norwegian fishermen and the markup that German intermediaries added, might sell that fish in Lübeck or Hamburg or in interior markets for a price perhaps 30 or 40% higher than the Bergen purchase price. After subtracting transport costs, warehousing fees, spoilage and losses, the profit might be 15 or 20% of the invested capital. This was modest by the standards of luxury goods trades, but the trade could be repeated multiple times per year, ships making 2 or even 3 round trips. During the sailing season, if conditions were favourable, and if cargoes could be assembled quickly enough. The Bruges contour, located in the wealthy cloth-producing region of Flanders, connected the Hanseatic network to the economic systems of Western Europe and to the trade routes that linked north to south, Baltic to Mediterranean. Bruges in the 13th and 14th centuries was one of the wealthiest cities in Europe, its prosperity built on cloth production and on its role as a commercial centre where merchants from multiple regions met and traded. The city was accessible by water through a system of canals, though the direct connection to the sea was silting up and would eventually force trade to shift to Antwerp. But in the Hanseatic peak period, Bruges functioned smoothly as a central node in northern trade. The Hanseatic merchants in Bruges operated from a compound and building complex, conducting business in a city where Italian merchants also had significant presence, where the Medici and other Italian banking families maintained operations, where financial instruments and commercial practices were perhaps the most sophisticated in Northern Europe. The Hanseatic merchants learned from this environment, adapted practices they observed, brought innovations back to their home cities. The exposure to Italian business methods, to more advanced accounting techniques, to the use of bills of exchange and other credit instruments, helped modernize Hanseatic commerce and made it more efficient and more capable of operating at larger scales. The goods flowing through Bruges were diverse. Hanseatic merchants brought timber, grain, furs, wax, stockfish and other Baltic and Russian products. They purchased Flemish cloth, the fine woolens that Flanders produced with skill accumulated over generations, cloth that was sought after across Europe for its quality and its variety. They also purchased wine from France and the Rhineland, salt from France and the Bay of Bourgneuf, and they had access to goods that Italian merchants brought north from Mediterranean regions, spices and silk and other eastern luxuries that had travelled the older trade routes through Venice and Genoa, and overland to Bruges. The London contour, called the Steel Yard, was located on the Thames near London Bridge, a strategic position that allowed ships to dock directly, that placed the German merchants in the heart of London's commercial district. England produced wool, vast quantities of wool from the huge sheep flocks that grazed on English downs and commons, wool that was the raw material for the Flemish cloth industry. English wool was considered among the finest in Europe, and it commanded premium prices, and the trade in wool was so important to the English crown that kings regularly taxed wool exports to finance their wars and their courts and their administrative apparatus. Hanseatic merchants in London purchased wool, accumulated it in the steelyard warehouses, shipped it across the North Sea to Bruges or directly to the Baltic, where some of it would be worked into cloth by developing textile industries in Hanseatic cities that were trying to compete with Flemish production. The steelyard merchants also purchased English cloth as England's own textile industry developed, and they sold Baltic goods in London, timber and grain and fish and furs, finding ready markets in England's growing population. The steelyard had privileges granted by English kings, privileges that included reduced customs duties, the right to self-governance within the compound, exemption from certain London regulations that applied to other foreign merchants. These privileges were valuable enough that the Hansa worked to maintain them through diplomacy and through ensuring that the steelyard merchants behaved in ways that did not antagonize English authorities or give pretext for revoking the special treatment. The economic logic of the contour system was about economies of scale and about managing information and reducing uncertainty. A permanent establishment in a foreign city meant that merchants did not need to learn local conditions anew with each visit, did not need to establish trust with local authorities and trading partners from scratch, could maintain continuity and relationships that made business smoother and more predictable. The concentration of German merchants in Kontore created bargaining power, the ability to negotiate collectively for privileges and for favourable terms, to present a unified front when disputes arose, to support each other financially and legally when individual merchants faced difficulties. The Kontore also managed agency problems that arose when merchants operated far from their home bases. A merchant in Lübeck who sent goods to Novgorod faced the risk that his agent in Novgorod might not act in his interests, might sell goods at less than optimal prices, might purchase return cargo of poor quality, might even abscond with the proceeds. The contour system, with its strict rules and its oversight by aldermen elected by the merchant community, reduced these risks. Agents knew they were being watched by their peers, knew that dishonest behaviour would be discovered and punished, knew that their careers in Hanseatic trade depended on maintaining reputations for reliability. The rotation of merchants through the Kontore, particularly in Novgorod where the rules required merchants to spend years in residence, created a body of experienced traders who understood multiple markets, who had first-hand knowledge of conditions at both ends of the trade routes, who could make better decisions about what to buy and where to sell, because they had direct experience rather than relying on second-hand information that might be outdated or inaccurate. This human capital, this accumulated knowledge and experience, was itself valuable, was one of the competitive advantages that Hanseatic merchants had over rivals who might lack such systematic knowledge-building mechanisms. Picture a young merchant from Lübeck, perhaps 25 years old, arriving in Novgorod for his required term of residence in the Peterhof, perhaps in the year 1300. He has been apprenticed to a merchant in Lübeck, has learned the basics of commerce and accounting, speaks some Russian learned from merchants who had served in Novgorod previously, understands in theory how the Novgorod trade works. But theory and practice are different, and he will spend the next several years learning the realities, the details that cannot be communicated in letters or summarized in accounts. He learns which Russian merchants are reliable, which ones deliver goods of consistent quality, which ones try to adulterate their wax or pass off lower quality furs as premium goods. He learns the rhythms of the Novgorod market, when furs arrive from the interior, which seasons produce the best prices, how political conditions in the Russian territories affect the availability of goods. He learns to negotiate in Russian, to understand not just the words but the cultural context, the ways that Russians conduct business, the expectations they have, the courtesies that smooth transactions, and the offences that create unnecessary friction. He learns patience, learns to wait for the right moments to buy or sell, learns that sometimes the best decision is to hold goods in the warehouse for months until conditions improve rather than accepting unfavourable prices simply to complete a transaction. He writes letters home to Lübeck, to the senior merchant whose goods he is managing, reporting on conditions, on purchases made, on funds received and expended, on the inventory accumulating in the warehouse. These letters travel slowly, carried by other merchants returning westward, taking weeks or months to reach Lübeck, meaning that the information they contain is already somewhat dated by the time it is received. Decisions must be made with incomplete information, with uncertainty about what has happened since the last letter was sent, with trust that the agent is acting competently and honestly, even when direct oversight is impossible. After several years, having fulfilled his term and accumulated experience and savings, the young merchant returns to Lübeck or perhaps settles in one of the other Hanseatic cities. He might eventually send his own agents to Novgorod, might draw on his knowledge of the Russian trade to build his own merchant business, might serve on the city council where his expertise in Eastern trade would be valued in making decisions about Hanseatic policy toward Novgorod and Russia. The experience in the contour becomes part of his career trajectory, part of the human capital that allows him to compete successfully in the demanding world of long-distance medieval commerce. The Kontoret, then, were not just warehouses or trading posts, but were institutions that solved multiple economic problems simultaneously. They reduced transaction costs by creating stable presences in foreign markets. They manage principal-agent problems through oversight and reputation systems. They built human capital through mandatory residence periods. They created bargaining power through collective organization. They provided continuity in relationships with foreign authorities and trading partners. They maintained standards of behavior that protected the overall reputation of Hanseatic merchants. Each of these functions had economic value, contributed to the profitability and sustainability of the Hanseatic trading network, made possible the accumulation of wealth that would make the Hanseatic cities prosperous and powerful through the 13th, 14th, and into the 15th centuries, all of it built on the patient work of institutional development, of solving practical problems through organizational innovation, of creating structures that would persist for centuries and that would leave physical and institutional traces that remain visible even now in the restored Bryggen buildings in Bergen, in the archaeological remains of the Peterhof site in Novgorod, in the memory of the steel yard preserved in London street names, the quiet persistence of institutions that serve their purposes well enough that they endured through generations of merchants who lived and worked within them, one careful transaction at a time. The institutional structures of the contour, the permanent trading posts in distant cities, created frameworks within which commerce could proceed with greater predictability and lower risk than would otherwise have been possible. But the actual operations of trade, the daily decisions about what to buy and sell, how to finance voyages, how to manage risks, how to maintain trust across distances and over time, these required financial tools and practices that could bridge the gaps between merchants separated by hundreds of kilometers and weeks or months of travel time, that could allow capital to move efficiently even when physical movement was slow and uncertain. The Hanseatic merchants of the 13th and 14th centuries developed and refined a range of financial instruments and organizational arrangements that addressed these practical needs. Some of these tools they invented themselves through trial and error, discovering what worked through the experience of what failed. Others they adapted from practices they observed in other commercial centres, particularly in the Italian cities where banking and finance had developed sophisticated forms earlier than in Northern Europe. The result was a financial toolkit that allowed Hanseatic commerce to operate at scales and complexities that would have been impossible with simpler arrangements. Consider the fundamental problem of capital. A merchant planning a trading voyage needed money to purchase goods, to hire ships or pay for cargo space if he did not own vessels himself, to cover the costs of storing and transporting goods, to maintain himself and his household while waiting for ventures to complete and profits to materialize. If he had accumulated wealth from previous successful ventures, he might finance new operations from his own resources. But relying entirely on personal capital limited how much business a merchant could conduct, meant that one serious loss could cripple his operations for years, prevented him from taking advantage of opportunities that required more capital than he alone possessed. The solution was partnership, arrangements where multiple merchants pooled capital and shared risks and profits. The simplest form was the straightforward joint venture where two or more merchants contributed money in agreed proportions, purchased goods, sent them on a voyage, and divided any profits or losses according to their contributions. If 3 merchants each contributed 100 marks to purchase timber in Danzig and ship it to Bruges, and if the venture yielded a profit of 60 marks after all expenses, each merchant would receive 20 marks profit in addition to his original 100 marks returned. If the ship sank, or the cargo was seized, or prices in Bruges collapsed, each merchant would lose his 100 marks or whatever portion could not be recovered. This straightforward partnership reduced individual exposure. Instead of one merchant risking 300 marks on a single venture, 3 merchants each risked 100 marks, and presumably each merchant was involved in multiple ventures simultaneously, diversifying across different cargoes, different routes, different partners. If one venture failed, others might succeed sufficiently to cover the loss and still leave the merchant with overall profit. The mathematics of diversification, though not formulated in modern portfolio theory terms, were understood practically. Don't put everything on one ship. Don't invest everything in one commodity. Don't rely on one partner or one market. Spread risk across multiple ventures so that the failure of any single one does not destroy you. More complex partnership structures develop to address different situations and needs. The Verlag system, sometimes called the putting out system in English, involved a wealthy merchant providing capital to a less wealthy merchant, or to an agent who would use that capital to purchase goods and conduct trade. The capital provider did not travel or engage directly in the trading, but essentially financed the operations of someone who had expertise or local presence, but lacked sufficient capital. The profits would be divided according to a pre-agreed formula, often with the capital provider receiving perhaps 2/3 and the agent receiving 1/3, though ratios varied depending on the relative bargaining power and on how much risk and effort each party contributed. The Verlag arrangement allowed wealthy merchants to deploy capital in multiple ventures simultaneously, without needing to personally manage each one. essentially creating a primitive form of the fund manager who allocates capital to various opportunities. It also allowed skilled but undercapitalized merchants to operate at larger scales than their personal wealth would permit, to build track records and accumulate capital gradually through the 1/3 shares they retained from successful ventures. The arrangement created principal-agent problems, the risk that the agent might not act in the capital provider's best interests. But these were managed through reputation systems and through the understanding that an agent who performed poorly or dishonestly would find it difficult to obtain capital from anyone in the tightly connected merchant community. Another partnership form was the sendive, where one merchant consigned goods to another for sale in a distant market, with the selling merchant receiving a commission, typically perhaps 5 or 10% of the sale proceeds. This was simpler than Verlag, less of a full partnership and more of a straightforward service arrangement, but it served important functions. A Lübeck merchant with goods to sell in Novgorod but no immediate plans to send his own agent could consign them to another merchant who was sending someone east, paying the commission rather than bearing the full costs of dispatching his own representative. The selling merchant benefited from additional commission income and from being able to fill ships more fully, reducing per-unit transport costs. The Widerlegung was yet another form, an investment partnership where one party provided goods and another provided capital, with profits divided according to complex formulas that reflected the value of each contribution. These various partnership forms could be combined and layered. A merchant might use Verlag capital to finance a voyage, carry Sendever goods for commission, purchase furs in Novgorod with some of the capital as a joint venture with another merchant, and use remaining capital for his own account. Each arrangement was documented, either in written contracts or through letters between merchants that served as binding agreements, creating a web of obligations and expectations that structured how capital flowed through the trading network. Credit was essential because the timing of commerce did not match the timing of cash flows. A merchant purchasing furs in Novgorod in summer might not sell them in Bruges until autumn or even the following spring. The capital was tied up for months, during which the merchant still needed to cover his living expenses, to maintain his household, possibly to finance other ventures. If he had to wait until one venture completely resolved before beginning another, his capital would sit idle for long periods, reducing overall returns. Credit allowed merchants to operate with less idle capital, to keep money working more continuously. The simplest credit was direct lending between merchants. One merchant lending money to another with agreement to repay with interest after a specified period. The interest rates varied depending on the perceived risk, on the relationship between lender and borrower, on how urgently the borrower needed funds. Rates of perhaps 10 or 15% annually were common for relatively secure loans between established merchants, though rates could be much higher for riskier situations. The charging of interest was technically prohibited by church teaching, which condemned usury, but this prohibition was worked around through various devices. The loan might be structured as a partnership where the lender's profit share happened to equal what would have been interest, or the loan might be denominated in one currency with repayment in another, with the exchange rate adjusted to provide the lender's return, or the loan might include penalties for late payment that were set high enough that they were effectively guaranteed interest. The bill of exchange, a financial instrument that Hanseatic merchants learned about primarily through contact with Italian bankers in Bruges and other commercial centres, allowed merchants to transfer funds across distances without physically moving coins. A merchant in Lübeck who owed money to a merchant in Bruges could purchase a bill of exchange from a banker or money changer, essentially a written promise that someone in Bruges would pay the specified sum to the designated recipient. The merchant would send the bill to Bruges, typically by separate route from any goods shipment to reduce the risk of both being lost, and the recipient could present the bill for payment. The cost of the bill, beyond the face value, included fees charged by the bankers and implicit interest if payment was deferred, but the convenience and security made bills attractive for large transactions. Bills of exchange also provided a way to manage currency differences. The Hanseatic world used multiple currencies, each city minting its own coins, different regions using different silver standards, constant fluctuations in relative values as coins were debased or as silver supplies shifted. A transaction between a Lübeck merchant and a Bruges merchant might be negotiated in Lübeck marks, but paid in Flemish groats or in another currency entirely, with exchange rates determined by current market conditions. Bills of exchange allowed these currency conversions to be managed by specialists, the money changers and bankers who made it their business to track exchange rates and maintain relationships with counterparts in multiple cities. Insurance, in the sense of explicit premiums paid for coverage against specified risks, was not fully developed in the Hanseatic world in the way it existed in Italian maritime trade, but informal insurance arrangements were common. Groups of merchants might agree that if one suffered a loss, the others would contribute to help cover it, with the understanding that the same support would be provided to anyone in the group who needed it. This mutual insurance was not precisely calculated actuarially, but was based on rough estimates of fairness and on the value of maintaining relationships with trading partners who might be crucial for other business purposes. Ship ownership itself was typically shared, divided into fractional shares that could be bought and sold. A merchant might own 1/4 or 1/8 or 1/16 of a ship, with the other shares held by different merchants. This Patenreedery system, as it was called, spread the risk of ship loss across multiple owners, meant that no single merchant would be ruined if a ship sank, and also allowed merchants to invest in ships without needing to raise the capital for full ownership. The shares could be traded, creating a kind of secondary market, though the trading was informal, typically handled through personal negotiations between merchants who knew each other. The management of ships owned in shares required coordination. Decisions about where to send the ship, what cargo to carry, how to maintain and repair it. All of these needed agreement among shareholders or delegation to a shipmaster who would make operational decisions. The arrangements varied, sometimes one shareholder taking responsibility for management in exchange for a somewhat larger share of profits. Sometimes shareholders rotating management responsibilities, sometimes hiring a professional shipmaster who was not himself a shareholder. The system was flexible, adapted to circumstances and to the relationships among the particular merchants involved. Accounting practices, the methods for recording transactions and tracking financial positions, were crucial for making all of these arrangements work. Merchants kept ledgers, account books where they recorded purchases and sales, money received and paid out, debts owed to them and debts they owed to others. The format varied, but increasingly through the 14th century, Hanseatic merchants adopted or adapted the double-entry system that Italian merchants had developed, where each transaction was recorded twice, once as a debit and once as a credit, creating a kind of self-checking mechanism that helped identify errors. A merchant's account book might show entries like paid to Johann for 12 barrels of herring, 36 marks. Received from Peter for timber delivered to Bergen, 52 marks. Owed to Heinrich for his share of the voyage to Novgorod, 25 marks. Wool purchased in London, 60 barrels, cost 90 marks including transport. The accumulation of these entries over months and years created a record of the merchant's financial life, allowed him to calculate whether he was making profits or losses overall, to track which ventures were successful and which were not, to know at any moment what his financial position was, who owed him money, and whom he owed. The account books were private, not shared, publicly, but they might be shown to trading partners to demonstrate reliability, to prove that debts had been paid, or to establish that funds were available for a proposed venture. The books were evidence in disputes, records that could be presented to merchant courts when conflicts arose about whether transactions had been completed as agreed. The care with which merchants maintain their accounts reflects their understanding that accurate information was essential for making good decisions, that without reliable records it was impossible to know whether one was actually making profits or simply turning over capital without real gains. Information more broadly was a valuable commodity in the Hanseatic world. Knowing prices in different markets, knowing which goods were abundant and which were scarce, knowing political conditions that might affect trade, all of this knowledge had economic value. Merchants gathered information constantly, through personal observation, through letters from trading partners, through conversations with other merchants, through the networks of factors and agents scattered across the trading region. This information was shared within partnerships and trading associations, but was also hoarded when it provided competitive advantage. A merchant who learned that a poor harvest in the eastern Baltic would reduce grain supplies might purchase grain before others realized scarcity was developing, might sell at elevated prices once the shortage became widely known. A merchant who heard that the Danish king was planning to raise tolls through the Sound might rush to move cargoes before the new rates took effect, or might decide to hold goods until the political situation clarified. The value of timely, accurate information is difficult to quantify, but was certainly substantial, was one of the reasons that merchants invested so much effort in maintaining correspondence networks and in spending time in person at trading centres where information circulated. The speed of information flow set limits on how quickly markets could adjust and created opportunities for those who had information advantages. A letter from Novgorod to Lübeck might take 3 or 4 weeks to arrive in winter when travel was difficult, perhaps 2 weeks in good conditions. The information in the letter was already weeks old by the time it was received, and any response would take another few weeks to reach Novgorod. Decisions had to be made with the understanding that conditions might have changed significantly since the information was generated, that the merchant's agent in Novgorod might face situations that the principal in Lübeck had no way of knowing about until long after the critical moment had passed. This information delay created importance for trust and for granting discretion to agents. A merchant could not micromanage operations in distant cities when communication took weeks in each direction. He had to trust his agents to make reasonable decisions, to act in his interests even when direct oversight was impossible. The contour system, the partnership arrangements, the accounting practices, All of these helped manage these agency problems, but ultimately trust remained essential. Trust built through repeated interactions, through family relationships, through the reputational constraints of operating in a relatively small community where dishonest behavior would become known and would make future business difficult or impossible. Consider a specific transaction to see how these various financial tools fit together. A merchant in Lübeck, let us call him Herr Dietrich, wants to participate in the Novgorod trade, but lacks sufficient capital to finance a full venture on his own. He has perhaps 200 marks available, but a proper voyage to Novgorod would require 500 or 600 marks to purchase adequate goods and cover all expenses. He approaches two other merchants, Hermann and Friedrich, proposing a partnership. Each will contribute 200 marks, giving them 600 marks total. They will use this capital to purchase cloth in Bruges, wine from the Rhineland, and salt from Lüneburg, goods they believe will sell well in Novgorod. They negotiate with a ship owner who has space available on a vessel sailing to Novgorod in the spring. The ship is owned in shares by 4 merchants, none of whom are the 3 partners in this venture. The partners agree to pay 30 marks for cargo space for their goods, payable half in advance and half upon the ship's return. They purchase the goods through agents in Bruges and other cities, using bills of exchange to transfer funds rather than carrying large amounts of coin, paying the fees that money changers charge but accepting this cost for the security and convenience. The goods are delivered to Lübeck, loaded onto the ship along with cargoes from other merchants who have also purchased space. The ship sails in April when ice is cleared and sailing conditions are reasonable. One of the 3 partners, young Dietrich's nephew, travels with the ship as their representative, carrying letters of introduction to the Peterhof aldermen in Novgorod, instructions about what prices are acceptable, discretion to make adjustments based on conditions he finds upon arrival. The nephew arrives in Novgorod in May, the voyage having taken 3 weeks including stops at Visby and at other ports along the way. He presents his credentials to the Peterhof authorities, secures warehouse space, begins negotiating with Russian merchants. Over the next 3 months he sells the cloth and wine and salt, gets reasonable prices though not the highest hopes, receives payment in silver coins that he carefully counts and verifies for weight and fineness. He purchases furs and wax and some amber, accumulating goods gradually as they become available, storing them in the Peterhof warehouse, maintaining careful accounts of every transaction. By August, he has completed his trading, has purchased approximately the value he was authorized to spend, has goods ready for transport back to Lübeck. He books cargo space on a ship returning westward, pays the transport fee, loads the furs and wax carefully to prevent damage. He writes a detailed letter to his uncle and the other partners, reporting on everything that has transpired, explaining his decisions, providing the accounting of all money received and spent. He sends this letter by a different ship to reduce the risk of both letter and goods being lost together. The ship arrives back in Lübeck in September. The goods are unloaded, stored briefly in warehouses while buyers are found. The furs are sold to merchants who will carry them to Bruges and to other western markets. The wax goes to chandlers who will make candles. The amber, a specialty item, is sold to craftsmen who work it into jewellery and decorative objects. The sales are completed by October. Dietrich and his partners gather to settle accounts. The accounting shows that they spent 600 marks on goods and expenses for the outbound voyage. They received 450 marks from sales in Novgorod. They spent 420 marks on return cargo. They received 670 marks from sales in Lübeck. The net calculation shows that they put in 600 marks initially. They received 670 marks from final sales. After subtracting the 420 marks spent on return cargo and the 30 marks in transport fees, they have 220 marks in excess of their original capital, a profit of approximately 37% over the 6 months from initial purchase to final sale. This 37% is divided among the 3 partners according to their contributions. Each receives his original 200 marks back, plus approximately 73 marks profit, just under 4 marks per month per partner on their 200 mark investments, a return that seems quite good, that makes them eager to repeat the venture the following year. They discuss what they learned, what they might do differently, whether they want to continue with the same partnership structure or modify it. They agree to continue to reinvest most of their profits in a similar venture the next spring, to gradually build their capital through repeated successful trades. This is how wealth accumulated in the Hanseatic world, not through single dramatic coups or windfalls, but through repeated successful ventures, through careful management of capital and risks, through the patient application of financial tools and practices that allowed commerce to function across distances and time delays, through the building of reputations and relationships that made others willing to trade and partner and extend credit. The financial infrastructure, the partnerships and credit arrangements, and accounting systems and information networks, all of this was essential, was the machinery that allowed the physical goods to move and that allowed merchants to profit from those movements. Quiet calculations in account books that accumulated over years and decades into substantial fortunes, into the merchant dynasties that would dominate Hanseatic cities for generations, into the economic power that would give the Hansa influence over kings and princes, all of it built transaction by transaction, one careful entry in the ledger at a time, the patient work of medieval finance creating prosperity that persisted long enough to shape the commercial development of Northern Europe, and to leave traces that economic historians can still read in surviving account books and letters. The accumulated evidence of systems that worked well enough, that solved problems adequately though never perfectly, that allowed commerce to flourish in an era when everything moved slowly and when trust had to bridge the gaps that distance and time created, when a letter might take weeks to arrive, and when a merchant might invest money in spring and not know the outcome until autumn or the following year, requiring patience and confidence, and the willingness to work within systems that others had built and refined over generations, accepting that prosperity came not to those who tried to reinvent everything, but to those who learned to work skillfully within established frameworks, who mastered the tools and practices that experience had proven effective, who understood that financial sophistication was not about dramatic innovation, but about careful, consistent application of sound principles to the endless variations that actual commerce presented. The financial tools and partnership structures that allowed individual merchants to operate across long distances and to manage risks through diversification, these addressed the economic challenges that merchants faced in conducting their private business. But the Hanseatic merchants also faced collective challenges, problems that affected all of them, and that could not be solved through individual action, no matter how sophisticated their financial arrangements might be. Foreign rulers sometimes seized German merchant property, either as retaliation for grievances or simply because they needed revenue and foreign merchants were tempting targets who lacked political protection. Pirates operated in Baltic waters, attacking merchant ships that sailed alone or in small groups. Local authorities in foreign cities sometimes changed the terms of trading privileges, raising fees or imposing new restrictions that made commerce less profitable. Competitors from other regions, Dutch merchants particularly, began to challenge German dominance of certain routes and markets. These collective challenges required collective responses, coordination among merchants from multiple cities, the ability to speak with unified voice and to take unified action when individual city interests aligned sufficiently. The organisational structure that emerged to address these needs was unusual, perhaps unique in medieval Europe, a confederation of cities that maintained their individual sovereignty and independence, but that cooperated on matters of common interest, that could sometimes act collectively with considerable power, but that never developed strong central institutions or permanent bureaucracy, that remained always a network rather than becoming a state. The Hanseatic, the Diet or Assembly of Hanseatic cities, was the primary forum for collective decision-making. The Hanseatic was not a permanent body meeting at regular intervals, but rather an irregular assembly convened when circumstances required consultation among the cities, when some crisis or opportunity demanded coordinated response, when tensions between member cities needed to be addressed, when common policies needed to be established or revised. The frequency of meetings varied considerably, sometimes 3 or 4 meetings in a decade during periods of intense activity and challenge, sometimes years passing with no meeting when conditions were stable and no urgent issues demanded attention. The location of Hanseatic meetings also varied, though Lübeck hosted many of them due to its status as the most prominent Hanseatic city, the acknowledged leader, though never the formal capital of a confederation that deliberately avoided centralizing power too much in any single location. Other cities that hosted meetings included Stralsund, Cologne, Hamburg, Rostock, and occasionally smaller cities, when circumstances made those locations convenient. The choice of meeting location was itself a political decision, a way of honouring particular cities or of ensuring that meetings took place in regions most affected by whatever issue was under consideration. Attendance at Hanseatic meetings fluctuated significantly. At the peak of Hanseatic organisation, perhaps 70 or 80 cities might be considered members of the Hansa. Cities that had adopted Lübeck law or that participated regularly in the Hanseatic trading network, that contributed to collective expenses when requested, that sent representatives to at least some meetings. But actual attendance at any given Hanseatic was usually much smaller, perhaps 20 to 40 cities represented, sometimes fewer. The discrepancy between potential membership and actual participation reflected the voluntary nature of the association, the fact that cities participated when they perceived benefit from doing so, but felt no obligation to attend every meeting or to support every collective initiative. The representatives who attended were typically council members from the sending cities, wealthy merchants who governed their home cities and who could speak authoritatively about their city's interests and concerns. These representatives travelled to meeting cities at their own city's expense, sometimes a considerable journey requiring weeks of travel, accommodation costs, time away, from personal business affairs. The willingness to bear these costs indicated the importance that cities attached to maintaining their position in the Hanseatic network, to having voice in collective decisions that might significantly affect their commercial interests. The conduct of Hanseatic meetings reflected the consensual, non-hierarchical nature of the confederation. There was no voting in the sense of counting individual city votes and determining outcomes by majority rule. Instead, discussions continued until agreement emerged, or until it became clear that agreement was impossible, and that each city would need to act according to its own judgment. This consensus-seeking process could be slow and sometimes frustrating, but it respected the sovereignty of member cities, acknowledged that Lübeck or any other powerful city could not simply impose decisions on smaller or more peripheral members. The topics discussed at Hanseatic meetings ranged widely. Sometimes the agenda focused on relations with foreign powers, on negotiating or renegotiating privileges with the kings of England or Denmark or Norway, on responding to violations of existing agreements, on coordinating diplomatic efforts to secure favourable treatment in various territories. Sometimes the meetings addressed internal issues, disputes between member cities over trading practices or over competitive behaviour that some cities viewed as undermining collective interests, questions about whether particular cities should be admitted to full membership or should be excluded for violating Hanseatic norms, economic sanctions, the exclusion of cities or individuals from the Hanseatic trading network, were among the most powerful tools the Hanse possessed. This sanction was called Verhansung, literally unhansing, and it meant that the sanctioned party was cut off from the benefits of Hanseatic membership. Hanseatic merchants in the Kontore would refuse to trade with sanctioned individuals. Ships owned by sanctioned cities would be denied access to Hanseatic-controlled harbours. The collective weight of the entire network could be brought to bear against those who violated agreed rules or who challenged Hanseatic interests too directly. The threat of Verhansung was often sufficient to compel compliance without needing to actually implement the sanction. A merchant or a city that faced exclusion from the Hanseatic network would find itself at severe competitive disadvantage, unable to access the most profitable markets, unable to benefit from the collective privileges that the Hanse had negotiated, unable to use the contour facilities that made foreign trade manageable. The credibility of the threat rested on the Hanse's demonstrated willingness to follow through when necessary, to accept the short-term costs of excluding a trading partner in order to maintain the long-term integrity of the system. Bruges, the wealthy Flemish city that was such an important market for Hanseatic goods, experienced Hanseatic sanctions on several occasions in the late 13th and early 14th centuries, typically over disputes about privileges or fees. The Hanse would relocate its trading operations from Bruges to another Flemish city, would instruct all Hanseatic merchants to cease trading in Bruges, would maintain this boycott until Bruges authorities agreed to restore whatever privileges had been violated, or to address whatever grievances had triggered the sanction. These boycotts were costly for both sides. Hanseatic merchants lost access to Bruges' markets and faced disruption to established trading relationships. Bruges lost the economic activity that Hanseatic trade generated, but the Hanse's ability to maintain collective discipline, to keep individual merchants from breaking ranks and secretly continuing to trade in Bruges, demonstrated organisational strength that made sanctions effective. The collective discipline necessary for sanctions to work was never perfect, and this imperfection was accepted as inevitable. Some merchants would always value their individual short-term profits over collective long-term interests, would find ways to evade sanctions while technically complying, would test the boundaries of what was permitted. The Hanse did not attempt to achieve complete compliance, but rather sought sufficient compliance that sanctions created meaningful pressure. If 90% of Hanseatic merchants honoured a boycott, the target of the boycott still felt substantial economic pain, even though 10% continued trading. Perfect enforcement was unnecessary as long as overall compliance was high enough. The Cologne Confederation of 1367 represents the Hanseatic League's most significant collective military and political action, a rare moment when the Confederation acted almost like a state, raising money for military purposes, conducting naval warfare, negotiating peace terms as a unified entity. The background to this conflict lay in long-standing tensions with Denmark over control of the Sound, the narrow passage between Denmark and Sweden, through which all Baltic trade had to pass to reach the North Sea and beyond. Denmark controlled both shores of the Sound at this period, collected tolls from passing ships, and could potentially blockade or severely restrict Baltic commerce if Danish kings chose to exercise that power. King Valdemar IV of Denmark, called Valdemar Atterdag, was an energetic and ambitious ruler who sought to restore Danish power after a period of weakness. During the 1350s and 1360s, he expanded Danish control in various directions, came into conflict with multiple neighbours, including Hanseatic cities that he viewed as too powerful and too independent within territories he considered under Danish sovereignty. Hanseatic merchants in Danish-controlled regions found their privileges challenged, their property sometimes seized, their complaints to the Danish king ignored or dismissed. Individual cities protested, but Valdemar understood that fragmented complaints from individual cities could be handled separately, could be played against each other, that the Hanse's lack of strong central authority made it difficult for the Confederation to respond forcefully to his challenges. The catalyst came in 1361 when Valdemar conquered Gotland, including Visby, which had been largely independent or under Swedish influence. Visby, that ancient Hanseatic trading centre where German merchants had gathered since the 12th century, suddenly came under the control of a king hostile to Hanseatic interests. Valdemar plundered Visby, seized merchant property, fundamentally disrupted the Baltic trading patterns that had operated for generations. This was threat enough that even cities that normally avoided involvement in military conflicts recognized that collective response was necessary. The Cologne Confederation, named for the city where the treaty was signed, brought together multiple Hanseatic cities and also Sweden, which had its own grievances against Valdemar. The Confederation agreed to wage war against Denmark, to finance military operations through contributions from member cities, to continue the war until Denmark agreed to restore Hanseatic privileges and to provide compensation for losses suffered. The Hanseatic cities raised significant sums, perhaps equivalent to several years of normal customs revenues, for the participating cities combined, a substantial financial burden that indicated how seriously they took the threat. The war lasted several years, involved naval battles in Baltic waters, included sieges of Danish fortifications, saw Danish coastal regions raided by Hanseatic and Swedish forces. This was not the way Hanseatic cities preferred to address problems. Warfare was expensive, disruptive to trade, dangerous in that defeat might leave them worse off than before. But the collective judgment was that Valdemar had gone too far, that without forceful response the Hanseatic position in the Baltic would erode irreversibly, that the costs of fighting were justified by the risks of not fighting. The war eventually turned in favour of the Confederation, not through any single decisive victory, but through accumulated pressure, through the costs that Denmark bore in defending against multiple attackers, through Danish internal problems that weakened Valdemar's position. By 1370, Denmark was ready to negotiate. The resulting Treaty of Stralsund, signed in that city in May of 1370, represented the high point of Hanseatic political power, the moment when the merchant confederation could negotiate with a kingdom almost as an equal, could impose terms that demonstrated how much strength collective organisation had created. The treaty provisions were complex, but the key elements included restoration of Hanseatic trading privileges in Denmark and in Danish-controlled territories, Danish agreement to pay significant compensation for property seized during the conflict, and remarkably, Hanseatic participation in Danish royal succession. The treaty specified that Denmark could not choose a new king without approval from Hanseatic cities, giving the Hanse effective veto power over Danish succession for a period of years. This was extraordinary, a merchant confederation having voice in choosing who would rule a kingdom, a privilege usually reserved for great nobles and princes, not for cities of traders. The practical implementation of the treaty was less dramatic than the formal terms suggested. The Hanseatic veto over Danish succession was never actually exercised because circumstances did not require it during the period when the right existed, but the mere fact that such a provision could be negotiated and included demonstrated the shift in power relationships that the war had created. Denmark did restore privileges and did pay compensation, though perhaps less completely than the treaty specified, the enforcement being imperfect as enforcement of medieval treaties typically was. But the overall effect was to secure the Hanseatic position in Baltic trade for another century, to demonstrate that collective action could achieve what individual cities could never accomplish alone. The costs of the war were substantial, the several years of military expenditures, the disruption to trade, the ships and men lost in combat, the uncertainty that made merchants reluctant to commit capital to ventures that might be interrupted by warfare. But these costs were accepted as necessary investment in maintaining the system that generated prosperity. The calculation was essentially economic: spend significant resources in the short term to secure long-term benefits, accept temporary losses to prevent permanent erosion of position. This was the same logic that merchants applied to individual business decisions, now applied at the collective level of an entire confederation. The aftermath of Stralsund saw heightened Hanseatic confidence, increased willingness to assert collective interests, greater coordination among cities on diplomatic and commercial matters. The Hanseatic meetings in the late 14th century were well attended, the cities more willing to contribute to collective expenses, the sense of being part of a powerful organisation stronger than it had been before the Danish conflict. This confidence was not unlimited, did not transform the Hanse into a state with permanent institutions and reliable mechanisms for collective action, but it did strengthen the ties that bound the cities together, the recognition that cooperation could achieve significant results when circumstances required it. But the clone confederation also revealed the limits and the strains within the Hanseatic system. Not all cities that were nominally Hanseatic participated in the war effort. Some contributed money but avoided direct military involvement. Some tried to maintain trade with Denmark even during the conflict, prioritizing their immediate commercial interests over collective goals. The larger, wealthier cities bore disproportionate shares of the costs, both because they had greater resources and because they had greater stakes in the outcome. This created resentments, feelings among smaller cities that they were expected to follow decisions made primarily by Lübeck and a few other dominant cities, that their interests were not given equal weight in Hanseatic councils. The tension between collective interest and individual city interest was a permanent feature of Hanseatic organisation, never fully resolved, managed through compromise and through acceptance that some level of defection and free-riding was inevitable. The Hansa was strongest when external threats were clear and present, when the benefits of cooperation were obvious and immediate. It was weakest when threats were diffuse or long-term, when the costs of collective action had to be borne now while benefits might only materialize years later, when individual cities could rationalize that they could pursue their own interests without significantly harming the collective. The diplomatic relations that the Hansa maintained with various kingdoms and territorial powers required constant attention, regular negotiations, cultivation of relationships with kings and princes and their advisors. The Hansa did not have formal ambassadors in the modern sense, did not maintain permanent diplomatic establishments, but it did send delegations when needed, typically composed of senior merchants from leading cities, men with experience in negotiation, and with enough personal wealth and prestige that foreign rulers would take them seriously. These delegations negotiated treaty renewals, addressed complaints and violations, sought new privileges or the restoration of old ones, tried to maintain the web of agreements that allowed Hanseatic commerce to function with reasonable security and profitability. The negotiating position of these Hanseatic delegations rested ultimately on economic leverage, on the value that foreign powers derived from Hanseatic trade. A kingdom that needed grain from the Baltic, that relied on imports of timber or fish or other commodities that the Hansa controlled, had incentive to treat Hanseatic merchants well, to grant privileges that would encourage rather than discourage trade. A kingdom that wanted access to Hanseatic markets, that produced goods it wished to export through Hanseatic channels, similarly had incentive to maintain good relations. The Hansa's power was not military, not based on its ability to conquer territory or to deploy armies, but economic, based on its role as essential intermediary in Northern European commerce. This economic power had limits. When kingdoms became strong enough to provide their own security for trade routes, to enforce contracts through their own legal systems, to develop their own merchant classes that could compete with the Hansa, the Hanseatic advantages eroded. When alternative trade routes developed, when Dutch or English merchants found ways to bypass Hanseatic control, the leverage diminished. The Hansa's political influence was derivative of its economic position, and as that economic position faced challenges, the political influence would also weaken, though this process would unfold over decades and would not become fully apparent until the 15th and 16th centuries. In the peak period of the late 14th and early 15th centuries, however, the system functioned effectively enough, the Hanstag providing forum for consultation and coordination, the threat of Verhansung maintaining discipline among members, the collective negotiating power securing privileges and protecting commercial interests, the occasional use of force, as in the Danish War, demonstrating willingness to bear costs when necessary. The Confederation was imperfect, sometimes frustratingly slow to act, vulnerable to free riding and defection, lacking the efficiency of centralized authority. But it had genuine strength, the flexibility to adapt to different circumstances, the resilience that came from distributed rather than centralized power, the stability that came from not depending on any single leader or institution. The Hanseatic system of governance, if it can be called governance, represented a particular solution to the problem of collective action, a solution appropriate to the circumstances of medieval Northern Europe, to a world where cities were powerful, but territorial states were still relatively weak, where commerce generated wealth but military power remained important, where trust and reputation could substitute partially for legal enforcement, where communication was slow enough that local autonomy was necessary, but where common interests were significant enough that coordination was valuable. This was not a system that could be easily replicated in other times or places, not a universal model of organization, but rather a historically specific adaptation to particular conditions, one that worked well enough for several centuries, that created prosperity for those who participated skillfully within it, that left institutional traces and organizational patterns that would influence Northern European development long after the Hanseatic League itself had faded from political and economic significance. The patient work of collective organization, creating frameworks within which individual merchants and individual cities could pursue their interest with greater security and success than would have been possible in isolation, the whole being genuinely greater than the sum of its parts, though never so much greater that the parts lost their independence or their willingness to pursue separate paths when circumstances changed and when collective organization no longer served their needs as well as it had in earlier, simpler times. The political structures and collective actions of the Hanseatic League, the Hanstag meetings and the treaty negotiations and the occasional military conflicts, these created frameworks within which commerce could proceed, but the actual work of trade was carried out by individual merchants and their households, people who lived in particular houses on particular streets in Hanseatic cities, who rose each morning to face the practical tasks of buying and selling, of managing warehouses and ships, of maintaining correspondence and relationships, of raising families and participating in civic and religious life. Understanding the Hanseatic system requires attending not only to the grand structures, but also to the daily rhythms and human realities that gave those structures meaning and purpose. A merchant's career typically began in boyhood, perhaps at age 12 or 13, when a father or uncle or family friend would take the boy as an apprentice, beginning his education in the mysteries and practicalities of long-distance trade. The apprenticeship was not casual, not simply observing an adult at work, but rather a formal arrangement, often documented in a contract that specified the term of service, the obligations of both master and apprentice, the conditions under which the arrangement might be terminated. A typical apprenticeship lasted perhaps 5 to 7 years, though the exact duration varied depending on the boy's starting age, his aptitude, his family circumstances, and the master's assessment of when sufficient training had been achieved. The education an apprentice received was comprehensive and practical, focused on skills that would be essential for success in commerce. Reading and writing were fundamental, not the Latin of scholars and clergy, but the Low German that was the common language of Hanseatic trade, written in a practical merchant hand that prioritized clarity and speed over elegance. The apprentice learned to write business letters, to record transactions in account books, to draft contracts and agreements, to prepare the documentation that was essential infrastructure for trust across distances. He practiced forming letters and numbers until he could write quickly and legibly, even by candlelight in winter, even when tired after long days in the warehouse. Mathematics was equally essential, not advanced or theoretical mathematics, but practical arithmetic. The ability to calculate prices and quantities, to convert between different currencies and different measurement systems, to figure profits and losses, to divide shares among partners, to calculate interest on loans. The apprentice learned to work with numbers in his head and on paper, to estimate quickly whether a proposed transaction would be profitable, to catch errors in accounts before they propagated into larger problems. He learned the tricks and shortcuts that experienced merchants used, the mental rules for converting between common measurements, the patterns in exchange rates that could be exploited or that had to be accounted for in planning transactions. Geography was learned not from books, but from the practical knowledge of where goods came from and where they went, what routes connected which cities, how long voyages took, what dangers each route presented, which rivers were navigable and which required portage, where harbours were safe and where coastlines were treacherous. The apprentice learned the map of the Hanseatic world by hearing merchants discuss voyages, by helping to load ships and noting where they were bound, by reading letters from distant cities and learning what goods those cities produced and what goods they needed. This geographic knowledge was economic knowledge, understanding not just where places were but what they meant for trade. Languages beyond Low German were valuable, particularly for those who would serve in the contour or who would trade with regions where other languages predominated. Some Russian was useful for Novgorod trade, though many Russian merchants spoke enough German to conduct business. English was valuable for those dealing with London, though again many transactions could be managed in German or through interpreters. The key was functional fluency, the ability to negotiate prices and terms, to understand what was being said in market conversations, not scholarly mastery of grammar and literature. An apprentice might learn phrases and vocabulary gradually through exposure, through working with merchants who had served in foreign cities, through deliberate study if he had particular aptitude or interest. The physical work of commerce was also part of the apprentice's education. He learned to evaluate quality of goods, to distinguish good timber from inferior, to judge the quality of furs and cloth and grain, to detect adulteration in wax or honey, to recognize when fish had been properly preserved or had begun to spoil. He learned by handling goods, by being corrected when his assessments were wrong, by gradually developing the eye and touch and sometimes smell that allowed experienced merchants to make quick, accurate judgments about quality and value. This embodied knowledge that resided in practice, perception and judgment rather than in explicit rules, was crucial for success in markets where fraud was constant possibility and where purchasing goods of poor quality could turn potential profits into losses. The apprentice also learned the social skills of trade, how to negotiate without giving offence, how to be firm about terms without appearing greedy or unreasonable, how to read the signals that other merchants sent about their willingness to compromise or their determination to hold to particular prices. He learned by watching his master, by gradually being given responsibility for minor negotiations, by making mistakes and receiving guidance about what he should have done differently. These social skills were as important as numerical or technical knowledge, because trade ultimately involved persuading others to enter into transactions, building relationships of sufficient trust that credit could be extended, managing conflicts without destroying valuable commercial partnerships. Religious observance was woven into commercial life, not separated into distinct sphere, but rather integrated with daily routines. Merchants attended church services, typically daily mass if they were devout, certainly on Sundays and holy days. They supported churches through donations, funded the construction of altars and chapels, endowed religious institutions with property or money. This religious activity was genuine, reflected sincere belief in most cases, but it also served social and commercial functions. Church attendance brought merchants together, created opportunities for conversation and for casual business discussions, reinforced social bonds within the merchant community. Religious donations enhanced reputation, demonstrated prosperity, created obligations and gratitude that might translate into commercial cooperation. The merchant house itself, the physical building where the merchant lived and worked, embodied the integration of commercial and domestic life. The typical house of a prosperous merchant in Lübeck or Hamburg or other major Hanseatic cities was substantial structure, built of brick and timber, perhaps 3 or 4 stories tall, with distinctive steep roof that minimized snow accumulation in northern winters. The ground floor contained the DL, the great hall that served as the center of commercial activity. This was large space, perhaps 10 or 12 meters long and 6 or 8 meters wide, with high ceilings supported by heavy beams, with large door opening directly onto the street so that goods could be brought in and out easily. The DL functioned as office, showroom, and warehouse combined. Here the merchant received visitors, negotiated deals, examined goods, maintained his account books, supervised his servants and apprentices. The furniture was solid and practical, heavy oak tables and benches, chests for storing documents and valuable items, perhaps a standing desk where the merchant could work on accounts while remaining on his feet, able to move quickly to attend to other matters. The walls might be decorated modestly, perhaps with religious images or with the coats of arms of the merchant's family if they had pretensions to status, but ornamentation was generally restrained. The space designed primarily for function rather than display. Behind the deal, deeper in the building, additional warehouse space provided storage for goods, with thick walls to protect against theft and fire, with careful attention to keeping different types of goods separate to prevent contamination or damage. Cloth needed to be kept dry and protected from pests. Grain needed to be protected from moisture and rodents. Barrels of herring or other preserved fish needed to be stored where their smell would not permeate everything else. The organization of warehouse space reflected accumulated experience about what worked, about how to preserve goods while they waited for transport or sale, about how to make efficient use of limited space in cities where property was expensive. The upper floors of the merchant house contained living quarters, spaces that were private in contrast to the public or semi-public character of the DL. Here the merchant and his family slept, ate their meals, spent time when not engaged in business. The chambers were heated by tile stoves, large ceramic structures that radiated heat more efficiently than open fireplaces, burning wood or sometimes coal, requiring careful management to maintain warmth through long northern winters without consuming excessive fuel. The furnishings in private chambers were more comfortable than in commercial spaces, featherbeds for sleeping, cushioned chairs or benches, perhaps tapestries on walls for decoration and for insulation against cold. The merchant's wife managed the household, supervised servants, oversaw food preparation and other domestic work, raised children, and often participated directly in business activities. The division between male commercial sphere and female domestic sphere was less rigid than in some later periods, particularly because commercial and domestic spaces were physically connected in the merchant house. A wife might maintain account books when her husband was travelling, might negotiate with customers who came to the house, might inherit and continue her husband's business if he died while she was still relatively young and capable. Widows of merchants had legal rights to continue businesses in many Hanseatic cities, unusual provision in medieval Europe where women's economic activities were often restricted. The practical reason was that widows possessed knowledge and relationships that were valuable, that allowing them to continue operating maintained continuity in business relationships, preserved capital and expertise that might otherwise be lost. Some widows operated successfully for years or even decades, managing complex trading operations, maintaining correspondence with distant partners, making decisions about purchases and sales. Others remarried relatively quickly, combining their capital and business connections with new husbands' capabilities, creating merged operations that might be stronger than either partner could have achieved alone. The education of merchant children, both sons and daughters, reflected the commercial context of their families. Sons were prepared for eventual entry into trade through apprenticeships and practical training. Daughters were educated sufficiently to manage households and to participate in business if circumstances required, learning to read and write and calculate, learning the basics of commerce through observation and sometimes through direct participation in family business activities. The education was practical rather than classical, focused on skills needed for the life the children would actually lead, rather than on philosophical or theological knowledge that might be valued by scholars but had little application in merchant households. The material standard of living for successful merchants was comfortable, but not ostentatious, at least not by later standards of luxury. Food was abundant, included meats and fish and bread and beer, supplemented with imported items like wine and spices that demonstrated but did not excessively flaunt prosperity. Clothing was good quality, made from fine wool or linen, sometimes including furs for winter warmth and for status display. But sumptuary laws in many cities restricted excessive display, prohibited merchants from dressing in ways reserved for nobility, maintained visible distinctions between social classes. Merchants generally respected these restrictions, partly from fear of penalties, but also from desire to maintain good relations with territorial nobility, who might be offended by merchant pretensions. The daily rhythm of a merchant's life varied by season and by the state of his affairs. In active trading seasons, spring through autumn, days began early and were filled with activity, supervising loading and unloading of ships, examining goods, negotiating purchases and sales, maintaining accounts, writing letters, meeting with other merchants to discuss conditions and opportunities. In winter, when Baltic trade slowed, the pace was somewhat more relaxed, though still occupied with settlement of accounts, planning for next year's ventures, maintenance of property and equipment, civic duties that prosperous merchants were expected to perform. Civic obligations were significant for wealthy merchants who dominated city councils and were expected to contribute time and money to urban governance and to collective projects. Serving on council was unpaid position, though it brought prestige and access to information and opportunities that could benefit one's commercial interests. Council members made decisions about urban infrastructure, about fortifications and harbour improvements, about regulations governing commerce and craft production, about tax assessment and collection, about justice in cases involving city residents. The time commitment was substantial, meetings and inspections and ceremonial duties consuming many hours each week, but the position was sufficiently desirable that merchants competed for council seats and were proud of their service. The social hierarchy within merchant communities was based primarily on wealth, but also on family lineage and on length of residence in the city. The old families, dynasties that had been prominent for several generations, enjoyed advantages in prestige and in access to the most lucrative opportunities. They had established relationships with other old families, marriage alliances that created networks of mutual obligation and support. They owned the most valuable properties, the best located warehouses and wharves. They had inherited not just capital, but also knowledge and reputation, assets that new merchants had to build from scratch. But the hierarchy was not completely closed. Successful merchants from modest backgrounds could rise, could accumulate wealth through skillful trading, could marry into established families, could earn respect through demonstrated competence and reliability. The merchant community needed capable people, needed those who could manage complex operations, who could identify new opportunities, who could adapt to changing conditions. Complete social closure would have been economically inefficient, would have excluded talent that the community needed. So there was movement. New families rising and old families sometimes declining, the hierarchy maintained but not rigid, status-based ultimately on economic success, though also on more subtle measures of reputation and respectability. The guild organisations that existed in Hanseatic cities served multiple functions, economic and social and religious. Merchant guilds controlled access to long-distance trade, set standards for conduct, provided mutual support when members faced difficulties. Craft guilds organised producers of various goods, regulated quality and training, limited competition among members. The guilds maintained chapels or altars in churches, organised religious processions and feasts, provided for members who fell ill or who died leaving families in need. Membership in appropriate guilds was mark of belonging, of having achieved recognised position within urban society, of being bound into networks of obligation and support that provided security in a world where individual vulnerability was constant reality. Religious brotherhoods, confraternities, organised around devotion to particular saints or around particular religious practices, also provided social organisation and mutual support. These brotherhoods cut across economic distinctions to some degree, brought together merchants and craftsmen, and even some labourers in shared religious activity, though the most prestigious brotherhoods tended to be dominated by wealthy merchants. The brotherhoods organised charitable activities, provided for burial of deceased members, supported widows and orphans, maintained hospitals or hospices for the poor and sick. They gave merchants opportunities to demonstrate piety and generosity, to fulfill religious obligations to help those less fortunate, while also reinforcing social bonds and creating moral obligations that might translate into commercial cooperation. The annual cycle of religious festivals structured time and created rhythm to the year beyond the commercial rhythms of trading seasons. Christmas and Easter were major celebrations, involving elaborate church services, feasting, suspension of normal business activity. Saints' days, saints, scattered throughout the year, provided occasions for specific observances, some of them associated with particular guilds or occupations. These festivals were not merely religious but also social and economic, creating occasions when merchants gathered, when social bonds were reinforced, when business might be discussed informally even though formal trading was suspended. The integration of religious and commercial calendars reflected the medieval understanding that these were not separate spheres but rather different aspects of integrated life. Picture a merchant, let us call him Berthold, on a winter morning in Lübeck in the year 1395. The sun rises late, perhaps around 8 in the morning at this latitude and season, and Berthold has already been awake for an hour, having risen in the dark to attend early Mass at St. Mary's Church, fulfilling his daily obligation, and also seeing which other merchants were present, exchanging brief greetings that maintained relationships. He returns to his house, breaks his fast with bread and beer and some dried fish, sits down at his table in the DL where his account books are already laid out, open to the pages where he tracks his current ventures and obligations. His apprentice, a boy of 15 named Hans, is also present, having already swept the DL and checked that the fire in the tile stove is burning properly. Berthold reviews with Hans the letter they'll write today to a merchant in Danzig, discussing the quality of grain that Berthold hopes to purchase in the spring, negotiating terms of a partnership where Berthold will provide capital and the Danzig merchant will arrange purchase and initial transport. They discuss what price would be acceptable, what the likely market conditions will be, how much capital Berthold can commit given his other obligations. Hans makes notes, will later draft the letter for Berthold's review and approval before it is sealed and sent with the next courier heading east. A visitor arrives, another Lübeck merchant, bringing samples of cloth from Bruges, asking whether Berthold might be interested in purchasing a share. They examine the cloth together, Berthold testing the weave and the quality of the wool, asking about the purchase price in Bruges and the transport costs already incurred, calculating quickly in his head what price he could expect to receive if he purchases some of this cloth and sells it in the spring to merchants heading to Novgorod. The calculation is close, the potential profit modest, but the risk seems manageable, and Berthold trusts this particular merchant, has done business with him before. They agree on terms, Berthold purchasing approximately 1/4 of the total shipment, 40 marks paid now with delivery of the cloth to Berthold's warehouse within the week. Hans records the transaction in the account book, the money paid and the cloth to be received, creating documentation that both merchants can refer to if any dispute arises. The visiting merchant departs. Berthold returns to his correspondence, dictating to Hans the beginning of another letter, this one to a merchant in Bergen reporting on herring prices in Lübeck and inquiring about the availability of stockfish for purchase when spring sailing resumes. The morning passes in this way, transactions and letters and accounts, the patient work of maintaining the flows of goods and money and information that constitute commerce, nothing dramatic or extraordinary, simply the accumulated decisions and activities that, repeated across hundreds of merchants and thousands of days, create the economic life of a Hanseatic city. The quiet persistence of ordinary routines that generate the prosperity that allows cities to build great churches and maintain strong walls and provide comfortable lives for those who master the practices and maintain the relationships that success requires. All of it depending on human attention and judgment, on knowledge that cannot be reduced to simple rules, on trust built through repeated honest dealings, on willingness to honour obligations even when immediate self-interest might suggest otherwise, on the whole complex web of expectations and behaviours that allow commerce to function across distances and time delays, that transform individual self-interest through social organization into collective prosperity. Patient work proceeding one day at a time through years and decades and generations, building wealth gradually through careful management rather than through dramatic ventures, accepting modest returns consistently rather than pursuing uncertain prospects of larger gains. The merchant's life being fundamentally about this patient accumulation, about showing up day after day to attend to details and to maintain relationships, and to make small adjustments that cumulatively matter, even though no single day's work seems particularly significant. The quiet discipline of commercial life, creating the foundations on which cities and families and entire economic systems rest, enduring through the centuries because the fundamental patterns work, because they solve real problems, because they allow people to cooperate and to prosper together in ways that none could achieve alone. The daily routines and patient accumulation that characterized merchant life in the late 14th century, the careful maintenance of accounts and relationships, the gradual building of wealth through repeated successful ventures, these patterns persisted and even intensified as the Hanseatic League reached what historians would later identify as its peak period. The decades around 1400, when perhaps 170 to 200 cities could be counted as members or associates of the Confederation, when Hanseatic merchants dominated Baltic and North Sea trade to an extent they had never achieved before and would never achieve again, when the collective power that the Treaty of Stralsund had demonstrated seemed to confirm that the Merchant Confederation had found stable, successful organizational form that could persist indefinitely. The geographic extent of the Hanseatic network at its maximum reach was impressive, stretching from Novgorod in the east, perhaps 1,400 kilometers from Lübeck, to London in the west across the North Sea, to Bergen far to the north, where Norwegian fjords cut deep into mountainous coastline, to Bruges and other Flemish cities in the south and southwest. The cities that comprised this network varied enormously in size and importance. Lübeck remained the acknowledged leader, with population perhaps approaching 30,000 by the early 1500s, one of the larger cities in northern Europe, its wealth visible in the grand brick churches and the substantial merchant houses, in the strong fortifications that surrounded the city, in the busy harbour where ships from across the Baltic gathered. Hamburg, positioned where the Elbe River provided access to interior Germany, and where the river met the North Sea tides, rivaled Lübeck in commercial importance, though perhaps not in political leadership of the Hansa. Bremen, farther up the Weser River, served similar functions, gateway to river trade and to the North Sea. Cologne, far to the south and west, connected the Hanseatic network to the Rhine and to the commercial systems of southern Germany and beyond. These major cities, perhaps 10 or 15 of them, including Danzig, Riga, Reval, Stralsund, Rostock and others, conducted most of the actual trade, owned most of the ships, sent most of the merchants to the contour, contributed most of the capital that financed large ventures. But the majority of Hanseatic cities were smaller, perhaps 5,000 or 10,000 inhabitants, important regionally but not major players in long-distance trade, participating in the Hansa more as associates than as central members. These smaller cities benefited from Hanseatic privileges, from the collective security that the Confederation provided, from access to markets and trade routes that might have been closed to them as individual cities. They contributed to collective expenses when requested. sent representatives to Hanseatic meetings occasionally, though not regularly, acknowledged Hanseatic leadership while maintaining their own local autonomy and pursuing their own interests when those diverged from collective priorities. The organisational structure that connected these diverse cities remained loose, deliberately decentralised, resistant to efforts to create stronger central authority or more binding obligations. The flexibility that this looseness provided was simultaneously strength and weakness. It was strength because it allowed the Confederation to adapt to different regional conditions, to accommodate cities with varying interests and capabilities, to avoid the rigidity that might come from trying to impose uniform policies on diverse membership. It was weakness because it made collective action difficult, made it hard to enforce decisions, allowed free riding where cities benefited from Hanseatic privileges without contributing proportionally to maintaining those privileges, created opportunities for defection when individual city interests diverged from collective interests. The economic changes that were developing through the late 14th and 15th centuries, changes that were not immediately obvious, but that would accumulate into significant challenges over decades, began with competition from merchants outside the Hanseatic system. Dutch merchants, operating from cities like Amsterdam and other ports in Holland and Zeeland, were developing maritime capabilities and commercial networks that increasingly overlapped with and competed against Hanseatic routes. The Dutch had advantages that Hanseatic merchants found difficult to counter. Their ships were efficient, designed specifically for carrying bulk goods like grain and salt at low cost per ton. Their merchants were willing to accept lower profit margins to operate on thinner returns that were compensated by higher volumes. The Dutch also benefited from favourable geography, their ports positioned at the Rhine Delta, with easy access both to North Sea and to the extensive river systems that penetrated deep into Europe. They could serve as intermediaries between northern and southern Europe, carrying goods that had traditionally moved through Hanseatic channels. The competition was not immediately threatening, not a sudden crisis that demanded urgent response, but rather a gradual erosion. Dutch merchants capturing increasing shares of certain trades, offering prices or terms that were attractive enough that some buyers and sellers shifted their business away from traditional Hanseatic partners. English merchants also were developing greater capabilities and ambitions. England's wool trade had traditionally been dominated by foreign merchants, including Hanseatic merchants operating from the Steelyard in London. But English kings were encouraging development of domestic merchant capacity, were granting privileges to English trading companies, were sometimes restricting foreign merchants' access in order to protect English commercial interests. The English textile industry was growing, producing cloth that competed with Flemish production, changing the pattern where England exported raw wool and imported finished cloth. This vertical integration, England producing finished goods rather than only raw materials, reduced opportunities for merchants who had profited from intermediating between English wool producers and Flemish cloth makers. The shift toward English cloth production was gradual, unfolding over decades through the 15th century, but it represented fundamental change in trade patterns. English cloth could be exported directly to markets across Europe, could be carried by English merchants in English ships, reducing the role that Hanseatic intermediaries had played. The Hanseatic position in London became less secure, the privileges that the Steelyard enjoyed more contested, English merchants and authorities more willing to challenge or restrict German trading activities. The Hansa responded through diplomacy, through negotiation to maintain privileges, through occasional threats to relocate English trade if conditions became unacceptable, but the underlying shift in economic capabilities meant that the Hanseatic bargaining position was gradually weakening. Technology changes in shipbuilding and navigation were also affecting competitive positions. The Hanseatic cog, that sturdy single-masted vessel with flat bottom and high sides that had served Baltic trade so well for centuries, was being supplemented and partially replaced by larger ships, the hulk and later the carrack, vessels that could carry more cargo, that had multiple masts allowing more efficient sail plans, that could operate in rougher waters and make longer voyages. These larger ships required more capital to build and operate, required deeper harbours, required larger crews, but they offered economies of scale, lower cost per ton of cargo transported, that made them attractive for bulk goods trades. The Hanseatic cities adapted to these technological changes, built larger ships, improved harbour facilities to accommodate deeper draft vessels, but the adaptation required capital investment at a time when profit margins were being squeezed by competition. The financial returns from trade were still positive, commerce was still profitable, but perhaps less profitable than in earlier decades. The margins tighter, the risks perhaps somewhat higher, as competition increased and as trade became more complex. Merchants who had accumulated wealth in more favourable times could weather these tightening conditions, but newer merchants entering the trade found it harder to establish themselves. The barriers to entry perhaps higher, the patience required to build profitable business perhaps longer. The political landscape was also shifting in ways that would challenge Hanseatic organisation. The territorial states of Northern Europe were gradually becoming stronger, more centralised, more capable of asserting authority over their territories, including over cities that had previously enjoyed substantial autonomy. Denmark, despite its setback in the Treaty of Stralsund, remained powerful presence controlling access to the Baltic through the Sound. Sweden was emerging as more unified kingdom, consolidating control over territories that had been fragmented or contested. Poland and Lithuania were joining in vast commonwealth that would dominate much of Eastern Europe. The Teutonic Order, that military religious order that had controlled much of the eastern Baltic coast, was facing challenges from Poland and from internal problems, its power beginning to erode, though this would not become fully apparent until later in the 15th century. These stronger territorial states viewed Hanseatic privileges with increasing scepticism, seeing them as constraints on royal authority, as impediments to developing their own merchant classes, as outdated arrangements that had been granted in times when kings needed Hanseatic support but that no longer served royal interests. The privileges were not immediately revoked. Treaties had terms, and there were costs to violating them, but the political will to maintain those privileges was weakening. The pressure to renegotiate or restrict them was increasing, and the Hansa found itself spending more effort simply defending existing position, rather than expanding into new opportunities. Internal tensions within the Hanseatic Confederation also were becoming more apparent. The division between Wendish cities, those in the western Baltic region close to Lübeck, and the Saxon and Prussian cities farther east, had always existed but became more pronounced as interests diverged. The Wendish cities were most concerned with maintaining dominance in Baltic trade, with managing relationships with Denmark and Sweden, with protecting the routes that connected Lübeck to Visby and to the eastern Baltic. The Prussian cities, particularly Danzig, were growing wealthy from grain exports, from serving as outlet for Polish and Prussian agricultural production, and they sometimes pursued policies that conflicted with Wendish city priorities. Cologne, far to the west, had its own distinct interests, focused on Rhine trade and on relationships with Western territories, less directly concerned with Baltic affairs. The tension between Cologne and the Baltic cities would eventually lead to significant conflicts, to periods when Cologne effectively operated outside the Hanseatic framework, pursuing its own policies without consulting or coordinating with other members. This fragmentation was always potential within loose confederation, was managed when external threats created common interests, but became more difficult to contain when threats were less immediate and when the benefits of cooperation seemed less compelling, relative to the costs of subordinating individual interests to collective decisions. The Black Death, that pandemic that had swept through Europe in the mid-14th century, had disrupted trade and had killed perhaps 1/3 of Europe's population, though mortality rates varied significantly by region. The Hanseatic cities had suffered, though perhaps less severely than some more densely populated southern regions. The demographic shock had effects that persisted for generations. Labour became scarcer, wages rose, the bargaining power of workers relative to employers shifted. For merchants, higher wages meant higher costs for servants and warehouse workers and ship crews, meant pressure on profit margins, meant need to adjust to changed economic conditions. But the plague also created opportunities. The demand for goods persisted even as population declined, perhaps even increased in per capita terms as survivors inherited wealth from the deceased. As land became more available, and agricultural productivity per worker increased. The Baltic grain trade actually expanded in the decades after the plague, as Western European regions that had relied on local production now found it more economical to import grain from the east, where labour costs were lower and where good agricultural land was abundant. The Hanseatic merchants who survived the plague and who adapted to changed conditions could prosper, though the transition was difficult and uncertain. Trade volumes through the 15th century are difficult to quantify precisely, records being incomplete and inconsistent, but the overall pattern seems to have been continued growth in absolute terms, even as the Hanseatic share of total trade was beginning to decline. More ships sailed, more goods moved, more merchants participated, but an increasing fraction of this activity involved non-Hanseatic merchants, Dutch and English, and others who were competing successfully for shares of trades that the Hansa had previously dominated. The Hanseatic merchants were not declining in absolute wealth or activity, but their relative position was eroding, their dominance was less complete, their ability to control prices and routes was diminishing. The financial innovations that had developed in the 14th century continued to evolve in the 15th. Credit instruments became more sophisticated, bills of exchange more widely used, accounting practices more standardized. The influence of Italian banking practices continued to spread northward, brought by Italian merchants who maintained presence in Bruges and other commercial centres, learned by Hanseatic merchants who observed and adapted these practices. The increasing sophistication allowed for more complex transactions, for ventures involving multiple parties across multiple cities, for credit arrangements that could bridge longer time periods and larger distances, but it also created new forms of risk, new opportunities for fraud or miscalculation, new ways that financial arrangements could fail. The insurance practices that had been informal mutual arrangements were becoming more commercialized, with specialized operators beginning to offer marine insurance for fees, with calculations of premiums based on accumulated experience about loss rates on different routes in different seasons. The insurance remained expensive, perhaps 10 to 15% of cargo value for Baltic voyages, higher for routes considered more dangerous. But for valuable cargoes, the cost was justified by the security it provided, by the ability to limit losses when ships were lost or cargoes damaged. Not all merchants purchased insurance, many preferring to self-insure through diversification, but the availability of commercial insurance was sign of increasingly sophisticated financial system. The social world of merchant families in the 15th century showed increasing stratification, sharper distinctions between the most successful merchants and those operating at smaller scales. The great merchant families, dynasties that had accumulated wealth over several generations, lived in increasingly impressive houses, owned extensive properties, intermarried with each other, creating networks of kinship that reinforced business relationships. These families dominated city councils, controlled access to the most profitable trades, had advantages in capital and knowledge and connections that made it difficult for newcomers to compete at the highest levels. But opportunities still existed at smaller scales. For merchants with modest capital who could serve niche markets, who could operate in trades that the great merchants considered too small to bother with, who could accept lower returns in exchange for lower risks. The merchant community was not closed. New people did enter and some succeeded substantially, but the path to wealth was perhaps longer and more difficult than it had been in earlier periods, when the overall system was expanding more rapidly and when competitive pressures were less intense. The religious life of merchants continued much as before, devotion and commerce remaining integrated, church attendance and donations and participation in religious confraternities remaining important parts of respectable merchant identity. The 15th century saw increased emphasis on personal piety, on direct relationship with God, rather than only through church hierarchy and ritual, trends that would eventually contribute to the Protestant Reformation, but that in the 15th century remained within Catholic framework. Merchants endowed chapels, commissioned religious art, supported monasteries and charitable institutions, activities that expressed genuine faith, but that also demonstrated wealth and status, that created goodwill and moral credit that might translate into worldly benefits. Picture a Hanseatic meeting in 1420 in Lübeck, to which perhaps 30 cities have sent representatives, a respectable attendance, though not the largest gathering the Confederation has seen. The representatives gather in the city hall, men in their 40s and 50s mostly, experienced merchants who serve on their cities' councils, who have authority to speak for their cities, though with understanding that major decisions will need to be confirmed by home councils before being implemented. The agenda includes multiple items: discussion of tensions with Denmark over sound tolls, consideration of whether to take collective action against Dutch competition, debate about whether certain cities should be excluded for violating Hanseatic trading standards. The discussions are careful, respectful, each representative stating his city's position, listening to others, seeking areas of agreement. On the question of sound tolls, there is consensus that current Danish demands are excessive, that collective negotiation is preferable to individual cities attempting to negotiate separately, that a delegation should be sent to the Danish king to seek reduction in toll rates. This is agreed relatively easily. The costs of the delegation will be shared among cities according to their size and wealth. Lübeck will take the lead in organizing the mission, Several other major cities will send representatives to join the delegation. The question of Dutch competition is more contentious. Some representatives, particularly from cities most directly affected, want strong measures, want the Hanse to prohibit members from doing business with Dutch merchants, want economic sanctions that would force the Dutch to respect Hanseatic privileges. Other representatives from cities less directly affected, or from cities that benefit from Dutch commercial activity, argue that such sanctions would be costly, would disrupt trade without necessarily achieving desired results, would risk retaliation that could harm Hanseatic interests. The debate continues through the afternoon, no clear consensus emerging. Finally, a compromise is reached to study the issue further, to gather more information about the extent of Dutch competition, to reconvene in another meeting the following year with better information on which to base decisions. On the question of excluding certain cities, there is reluctance to take action, understanding that exclusion is severe measure, that it creates enemies, that it may not actually improve compliance with Hanseatic standards. The decision is deferred. The offending cities will be warned that their behaviour is unacceptable. They will be given opportunity to reform, but no immediate sanctions will be imposed. The representatives understand that maintaining confederation requires accommodation, requires accepting some level of imperfection, requires choosing battles carefully rather than trying to enforce every rule strictly. The meeting concludes after 3 days, the representatives departing with various agreements and decisions, none of them dramatic, all of them representing compromises and incremental adjustments, the kind of patient organizational work that maintains large, diverse confederation, that keeps member cities cooperating despite divergent interests, that preserves Hanseatic identity and collective capacity even as the larger environment becomes more challenging. The representatives return to their home cities, report on the meeting, resume their commercial activities, the daily work of trade continuing regardless of whatever political and organizational challenges the Confederation faces, merchants buying and selling and shipping and storing, the economic life proceeding through its accustomed channels, even as the framework within which that life occurs is gradually shifting in ways that will only become fully apparent decades later, when historians looking back will identify this period as the peak from which decline would follow. Though for those living through it, the peak was not obvious, was simply continuation of patterns that had existed for generations. Ordinary life proceeding with its mixture of successes and challenges, of opportunities and obstacles, of persistence and adaptation, the patient work of commerce continuing through the slow evolution of conditions, one transaction at a time, one voyage at a time, one generation following another in the merchant houses of Hanseatic cities, maintaining traditions while adjusting to changes, building on inheritances while facing new circumstances, the ongoing process of economic and social life that unfolds across years and decades without dramatic breaks or obvious turning points. Just the gradual shifting of patterns that only becomes clear when viewed from sufficient distance, when the accumulated small changes add up to transformation that was invisible to those experiencing it day by day. The gradual shifts and mounting pressures that were developing through the 15th century, the increasing competition from Dutch and English merchants, the strengthening of territorial states, the internal tensions within the Hanseatic Confederation itself. These accumulated slowly enough that no single year or decade marked obvious turning point, no moment when contemporaries could clearly recognize that fundamental transformation was underway. The Hanseatic League continued to function through the 1500s. Merchants still traded through the Kontora. Cities still sent representatives to Hanseatic meetings when occasions warranted. Treaties and privileges were still negotiated and maintained. The outward forms of Hanseatic organisation persisted, even as the substance was gradually changing, even as the economic and political conditions that had made the Confederation powerful were eroding in ways that would eventually make the old organisational structures obsolete. The rise of centralised territorial states proceeded unevenly across northern Europe, but followed generally similar patterns. Kings and princes consolidated authority that had previously been distributed among multiple power centres, including autonomous cities. The tools of centralisation included professional bureaucracies that could administer territories more systematically than feudal arrangements had allowed, standing armies that could enforce royal will more reliably than feudal levies, taxation systems that provided rulers with revenues independent of voluntary contributions from estates and cities. These stronger states had less need for Hanseatic commercial services, could provide their own merchant classes with privileges and protection, could develop their own maritime capabilities and trading networks. Denmark under Christian II in the early 16th century attempted to reassert control over the Sound and over territories where Hanseatic cities had enjoyed extensive privileges. The conflicts that resulted saw Hanseatic cities attempting to respond collectively as they had in the Cologne Confederation of the 14th century, but the coordination was more difficult now. The willingness of member cities to contribute military resources and to subordinate their individual interests to collective goals was weaker. Some cities chose to negotiate separately with Denmark rather than participating in collective action, pursuing individual accommodations that might secure their particular interests, even if they undermined overall Hanseatic position. This fragmentation in response to external pressure revealed how much the Confederation had weakened, how difficult it had become to achieve the unity that had been possible in earlier periods. The Protestant Reformation, beginning with Martin Luther's challenges to Catholic Church authority in 1517, disrupted Northern European society profoundly and had significant effects on Hanseatic organisation and commerce. The religious divisions that opened up split Hanseatic cities, some adopting Protestant doctrines while others remained Catholic, creating tensions that complicated the commercial cooperation that had transcended such differences in earlier periods. The secularization of church properties that followed in Protestant territories transferred vast amounts of wealth and land from ecclesiastical to secular control, disrupting established patterns of ownership and economic relationships. The religious confraternities and guilds that had provided social organization and mutual support either dissolved or were transformed, their religious functions eliminated or subordinated to secular authorities. The Reformation affected merchant life directly in multiple ways. The religious observances that had structured daily routines and annual cycles changed or disappeared in Protestant cities. Services simplified, feast days reduced, the elaborate Catholic ritual that had provided rhythm to life replaced with more austere practices. The charitable institutions that churches and confraternities had maintained often collapsed or were taken over by city governments, changing the nature of social welfare provision. The religious certainties that had provided framework for understanding the world and one's place in it became contested, creating anxieties and conflicts that diverted attention from commercial cooperation. that sometimes made it difficult for Catholic and Protestant merchants to maintain the trust and collaboration that commerce required. The division between Catholic and Protestant Hanseatic cities also had organisational consequences. The assumption of shared religious identity that had helped to unify the Confederation despite geographic and economic differences was broken. Catholic merchants in Protestant cities sometimes faced discrimination or restrictions, and vice versa. The contore, where merchants from multiple cities lived in close proximity, became sites of tension when religious differences created conflicts about practices and beliefs. The unity that common religious observance had reinforced was replaced by suspicion and division, another factor weakening the bonds that held the Confederation together. The shift in trade routes from Baltic-centred patterns to increasingly Atlantic-oriented commerce represented fundamental change in European economic geography, change that unfolded across the entire 16th century and beyond, but that was already visible in the late 1500s. The Portuguese and Spanish explorations that opened direct sea routes to Asia and that established colonies in the Americas created new sources of goods and new markets that bypassed the traditional overland routes through the Middle East and the Mediterranean. The centre of European commerce was shifting westward and southward, away from the Baltic and toward the Atlantic ports, particularly toward cities in the Netherlands and England that were better positioned to participate in oceanic trade. This geographic shift reduced the relative importance of the goods that had been central to Hanseatic trade. Baltic timber and grain remained valuable, but they faced competition from other sources. The furs from Russia that had been luxury items found markets being displaced by American beaver pelts that came through Atlantic routes. The dried fish from Norway competed with cod from Newfoundland banks that English and French fishermen were exploiting. The cloth production that had made Flanders so central to Hanseatic networks was being challenged by textile industries in England and elsewhere. Each individual shift was manageable, but cumulatively they meant that the Baltic region was becoming less central to European commerce, that the routes the Hansa controlled were becoming less vital, that the competitive advantages Hanseatic merchants had enjoyed were eroding. The Kontor in Novgorod, that eastern outpost that had been gateway to Russian trade for centuries, closed permanently in 1494 when Ivan III, Grand Prince of Moscow, expelled the German merchants as part of his consolidation of control over Novgorod and the surrounding territories. The closing was not entirely unexpected. Tensions between Moscow and Novgorod had been building, and German merchants had seen their position becoming less secure. But the finality of the expulsion, the inability of the Hansa to negotiate restoration of access, demonstrated diminished bargaining power. Russia under Moscow's control was becoming more centralized, more capable of conducting its own foreign trade, less dependent on German intermediaries. The furs and wax and other Russian goods would still reach Western markets, but through different channels, through Russian merchants and through other intermediaries who were less connected to the Hanseatic system. The Bergen Kontor persisted longer, maintained German presence in Norway through the 16th century, but its economic importance declined and its relationship with Norwegian authorities became increasingly contentious. The German merchants' control over Norwegian fish trade was challenged by Norwegian merchants who wanted greater share of the profits, by Danish authorities who governed Norway as part of the Danish-Norwegian Union, and who viewed the extensive German privileges as impediment to developing Norwegian commercial capacity. The brigand community continued to operate, but with gradually diminishing scale and influence, the peak period of dominance in the 14th and 15th centuries giving way to more contested position in the 16th century and beyond. The Bruges contour faced different challenges as the city itself declined in commercial importance. The waterways connecting Bruges to the sea were silting up, making access for larger ships increasingly difficult. Trade shifted to Antwerp, which had better port facilities and which was more open to merchants from all regions, less controlled by established monopolies and privileges. The Hanseatic merchants adapted, established presence in Antwerp, but they were one group among many there, did not dominate as they had in Bruges, found themselves competing on more equal terms with Italian and Spanish and Portuguese merchants who brought goods from Mediterranean and Atlantic trades that were increasingly important relative to Baltic commerce. The London Steel Yard maintained operations through the 16th century, but English authorities were less committed to maintaining the extensive privileges that German merchants had enjoyed. Queen Elizabeth II in the later 16th century temporarily revoked steelyard privileges entirely, though they were later partially restored. The English merchant class had developed sufficient capability to conduct foreign trade without needing German intermediaries. English ships were sailing to Baltic ports directly. English merchants were establishing their own presence in foreign markets. The steelyard persisted as much through inertia as through continued vital function, maintained more from tradition than from economic necessity, the privileges gradually eroding through the 16th and 17th centuries until finally being eliminated entirely in the 19th century. The frequency of Hanseatic meetings declined significantly through the 16th century. Where earlier periods had seen meetings every few years, sometimes multiple times per decade, the 16th century saw longer gaps, sometimes a decade or more passing between assemblies. The reduced frequency reflected multiple factors: the difficulty of achieving consensus among increasingly divergent member cities, the declining urgency of collective action as individual cities pursued their own accommodations with changing conditions, the reduced benefits of coordination as the Hanseatic network became less central to members' commercial activities. The Confederation was not formally dissolved, no moment when cities agreed to end the Hansa, but rather a gradual fading, meetings becoming rarer, collective decisions fewer and less significant. The organisational structures maintained nominally while ceasing to have much practical importance. The last Hanseatic that could be considered genuinely significant for directing Hanseatic policy occurred in 1669 in Lübeck. The attendance was modest, perhaps 10 to 15 cities represented, a fraction of what had once been typical. The agenda included discussion of maintaining the remaining contour, particularly the steelyard in London, which was under renewed pressure from English authorities, and consideration of whether collective action was possible or desirable to address various challenges. The conclusion, implicit more than explicit, was that collective action was no longer feasible, that each city would need to pursue its own interests, that the Confederation as functional organisation had effectively ended, even though formal dissolution did not occur. Lübeck, Hamburg and Bremen maintained a form of association after 1669, continued to identify themselves as Hanseatic cities, maintained some coordination on certain commercial and diplomatic matters, but this was shadow of the earlier Confederation, limited to 3 cities rather than the 70 or 100 that had once participated, focused on narrow interests rather than the broad collective concerns that had animated the peak period. These 3 cities would retain the designation Hanseatic City into the modern era, Hamburg and Bremen as German federal states still officially called free Hanseatic cities, Lübeck having lost that status but still using Hanseatic symbols and identity in its civic traditions and tourist promotion. The causes of Hanseatic decline were multiple and interconnected, no single factor sufficient to explain the transformation, but rather a combination of changes that accumulated over centuries and that eventually made the old organisational forms obsolete. The strengthening of territorial states reduced city autonomy and reduced the need for cities to cooperate for collective security and privilege negotiation. The development of competing merchant groups, particularly Dutch and English, provided alternatives to Hanseatic intermediation and reduced German dominance of northern trade routes. The technological changes in shipbuilding and navigation made long-distance trade more accessible to more participants, reduced the advantages that Hanseatic experience and organisation had provided. The shift in trade routes from Baltic-centred to Atlantic-oriented commerce reduced the relative importance of the regions and goods that the Hansa controlled. The Protestant Reformation disrupted the religious unity that had helped bind the Confederation. The internal organisational weaknesses, the difficulty of achieving collective action in loose, confederation without central authority, became more problematic as challenges increased and as the benefits of cooperation became less obvious. But describing the decline as inevitable or predetermined would misrepresent the historical reality. The people living through these changes did not experience them as predetermined trajectory, but rather as series of choices and adaptations, some successful and some less so, opportunities pursued and sometimes missed, challenges addressed with varying degrees of success. Individual merchants and individual cities continued to prosper through the 16th and 17th centuries, adapted to new conditions, found new opportunities in changing circumstances. What declined was the collective organisation, the confederation as instrument of merchant power and cooperation, not necessarily the prosperity of the constituent members who learned to operate in different frameworks. Lübeck remained a wealthy city through the 1700s, though never regaining the dominance it had enjoyed in the 14th and 15th centuries. Hamburg grew more important as North Sea and Atlantic trade increased, adapted successfully to new commercial patterns, became major port and commercial centre that persists to the present. Bremen followed a similar trajectory, finding prosperity in new trades, even as old patterns declined. Danzig continued as major grain exporting port under Polish and later Prussian control. The cities that had been Hanseatic adapted and survived, finding new forms and new opportunities, the institutional framework of the League becoming obsolete, but the commercial capabilities and networks persisting in transformed versions. The merchant families that had dominated Hanseatic cities in the peak period sometimes maintained prominence for generations after the League's decline. The accumulated wealth from earlier successful periods provided capital for new ventures. The social connections and experience provided advantages in adapting to new conditions. Other families declined, unable to adapt or suffering losses in the disruptions that accompany the transition. New families rose, bringing capabilities suited to changed circumstances. The social structures were not completely overturned, but they evolved, incorporated new elements, shed practices and organizations that no longer served functions. The same processes of adaptation and change that had always characterized merchant communities, but perhaps accelerated by the magnitude of the changes in the larger economic and political environment. The physical legacy of the Hanseatic period remained visible in the cities, even as the organisational structures faded. The great brick churches, particularly St Mary's in Lübeck, continued to dominate cityscapes, monuments to the wealth and piety of medieval merchants. The merchant houses, those substantial structures combining residence and warehouse and office, continued to be occupied and used, sometimes modified but often preserving their essential character. The city halls where councils had met, the warehouses along harbours, the fortification walls that had protected cities, all of these persisted as physical reminders of the era when merchant confederation had been powerful force in northern Europe. The legal legacy persisted as well, Lübeck law and related legal codes continuing to influence legal development in regions where they'd been adopted, principles of commercial law and urban organisation that had been developed in Hanseatic context, continuing to shape practices long after the League itself had faded. The institutional innovations, the partnerships and credit instruments and insurance practices and accounting methods that Hanseatic merchants had developed or adopted, these became part of the general commercial toolkit, used by merchants regardless of whether they had any connection to what remained of Hanseatic organisation. The historical memory of the Hanseatic League, the understanding of what it had been and what it had accomplished, evolved over centuries after its decline. In the 18th and 19th centuries, scholars began to study Hanseatic documents systematically, to write histories that attempted to understand how the Confederation had functioned, to appreciate its significance in medieval European development. In the 20th century, the cities that had been Hanseatic formed new organisation, calling itself the New Hansa, focused on cultural exchange and tourism promotion rather than on commerce, drawing on historical legacy for modern purposes that would have been unimaginable to medieval merchants, but that reflected continued interest in and identification with that historical experience. The question of whether the Hanseatic League succeeded or failed is perhaps misframed, implying binary outcome where the reality was more nuanced. The Confederation achieved its purposes for several centuries, facilitated commerce that generated prosperity, protected merchant interest through collective organisation, adapted to changing circumstances for as long as adaptation was possible within its fundamental structures. When conditions changed sufficiently that those structures no longer served their functions effectively, the organisation faded not through dramatic failure, but through gradual obsolescence, cities finding other ways to pursue their interests, merchants finding other frameworks within which to operate. This is perhaps success of a kind, an organisational form that persisted for as long as it was useful and that transformed or dissolved when it was no longer needed, rather than persisting rigidly beyond its time and creating obstacles to necessary adaptation. The merchants who traded through the 1500s and 1600s, who saw the old Hanseatic system declining around them, presumably did not spend much time lamenting the passing of organisational forms that no longer served their needs. They adapted, pursued opportunities in new trades and new markets, maintained what was useful from traditional practices while adopting innovations that circumstances required. Commerce continued, prosperity continued for those who adapted successfully. Life proceeded with its mixture of continuity and change, the decline of one organisational form being simply context within which people continued to pursue their interests and to build their livelihoods, the patient work of trade and family and civic life continuing through the transformation of larger structures, one day at a time, one generation following another, the accumulated experience of centuries of Hanseatic organization, providing heritage and knowledge that influenced how people thought and acted, even as the formal structures of the League became historical memory rather than living reality. The transition from vibrant confederation to historical artifact, unfolding across decades and centuries with the slow, patient rhythm that characterized so much of the Hanseatic experience. Gradual change rather than sudden break, transformation through accumulation of small shifts rather than through dramatic revolution. The quiet ending that came not with bang, but with the fading of voices from Hanstag halls that met less and less frequently, until finally they did not meet at all. The patient dissolution of organization that had served its time had accomplished what it could accomplish, and that gave way to new forms more suited to changed circumstances, leaving behind the cities and the buildings and the legal traditions and the memories, the accumulated inheritance that would shape Northern European development for centuries to come, even though the specific organizational form that had created that inheritance had passed into history. The gradual fading of the Hanseatic League as active organization, the transition from functioning confederation to historical memory that unfolded across the 16th and 17th centuries, might suggest that the entire Hanseatic experience became irrelevant once the specific organizational structures dissolved, that the 5 centuries of merchant cooperation left no lasting trace beyond archives and academic histories. But the reality was and remains different. The Hanseatic period having created legacies that persisted and that continue to shape Northern European economic and cultural life. Legacies visible in physical structures that still stand, in legal and institutional patterns that still influence how commerce and governance function, in the continued identification of certain cities with their Hanseatic heritage, in the lessons that economic historians and practitioners draw from studying how merchant cooperation functioned across those centuries. The physical legacy is perhaps most immediately visible, most accessible to anyone who visits the cities that were once Hanseatic centres. Lübeck's old town, that medieval core enclosed by water and by the remnants of fortification walls, preserves to a remarkable degree the character of a Hanseatic city at its peak. The Holstentor, that massive brick gateway with its twin cylindrical towers, built in the mid-1500s as the League was already declining, but embodying the architectural traditions and civic pride of earlier periods, stands as symbol of the city and as reminder of when city walls meant security and when merchant wealth could finance monumental construction. The gate now houses a museum dedicated to Hanseatic history, containing artifacts and documents, reconstructed merchant house interiors, models of cogs and other vessels, the accumulated material culture of the medieval trading world. St. Mary's Church, the Marienkirche, dominates Lübeck's skyline as it has for 7 centuries, its twin towers visible from considerable distance, its vast interior space a testament to merchant piety and to the wealth that made such ambitious construction possible. The church was damaged significantly during World War II when bombing destroyed much of Lübeck's centre, but it was rebuilt, restored to approximate its medieval appearance, the project being not merely architectural preservation but cultural statement about the importance of maintaining connections to the Hanseatic past. The church serves religious functions still, but also functions as historical monument, tourist attraction, cultural venue, the multiple purposes reflecting how medieval heritage is understood and valued in contemporary context. The merchant houses that line Lübeck's streets, those distinctive structures with their steep gabled facades, their entrances opening into the Diela where commerce was conducted, their combination of residential and commercial functions, many of these survive in modified form, still occupied, still used, though now typically divided into apartments or converted to shops and restaurants rather than housing merchant operations. The preservation reflects both practical considerations, the buildings being substantially constructed and serviceable for modern uses, and conscious decisions by city authorities and preservation organisations that maintaining this architectural heritage has value, that the physical embodiment of Hanseatic past should be protected and maintained for future generations. Bergen in Norway preserves the Bryggen, that waterfront district where German merchants maintained their contour for centuries. The distinctive wooden buildings arranged in rows perpendicular to the harbour, painted in traditional colours, preserved now as UNESCO World Heritage Site. The original medieval structures were destroyed by fires that repeatedly swept through the wooden buildings, but reconstructions maintained the traditional forms, the narrow passages between buildings, the arrangement of residential and warehouse spaces, the overall character of the merchant quarter. The Bryggen is tourist attraction now, containing shops and restaurants and the Hanseatic Museum that interprets the history of German commercial presence in Bergen. But it also remains lived space, buildings still occupied, the district integrated into contemporary Bergen rather than being isolated as museum piece. Visby on Gotland, that ancient trading centre where German merchants gathered in the 12th and 13th centuries before Lübeck's rise to dominance, preserves extensive medieval remains, city walls largely intact, church ruins scattered through the town, stone buildings and warehouses that date to Hanseatic period. The entire medieval city is UNESCO World Heritage Site, recognised for its exceptional preservation, for the way it embodies the character of Baltic trading centre from 7 or 8 centuries ago. Visby is lived-in city, not abandoned ruin. Modern residents occupying houses within medieval walls, tourists coming in summer months to experience the medieval atmosphere, the Hanseatic heritage being economic asset for the island, source of tourism revenue and of civic identity. The architectural styles that Hanseatic merchants developed, particularly the brick Gothic that characterises churches and civic buildings across the Baltic region, influenced construction far beyond the period of Hanseatic dominance. The use of brick as primary building material, the distinctive forms of gabled facades, the proportions and decorative elements, these spread across northern Europe, were adopted in regions that had never been Hanseatic, but that looked to Hanseatic cities as models of successful urban development. The architectural legacy is visible from the Netherlands through northern Germany and Poland and into the Baltic states, a recognisable aesthetic unity across vast region, testament to how cultural patterns established in Hanseatic period persisted and influenced later development. The legal legacy of the Hanseatic period is less visible than architecture, but perhaps more significant in practical terms. Lübeck law, that body of legal principles and procedures that Lübeck developed and that dozens of other cities adopted, influenced legal development across northern and eastern Europe for centuries. The principles of clear property rights, of commercial dispute resolution through specialised courts, of standardised weights and measures, of municipal autonomy and self-governance, these became embedded in legal traditions of regions where Lübeck law had been adopted, even after specific provisions of Lübeck law became obsolete. Even after the cities that had used it were incorporated into larger territorial states with different legal systems, the underlying principles continued to influence how law was understood and applied. The broader institutional legacy includes the organizational forms that Hanseatic merchants developed for managing commerce across distances, the partnership structures, the ways of dividing risks and returns among multiple parties, the credit, instruments and accounting practices. These were not unique to the Hansa, but were refined and systematized within Hanseatic context, and then became part of general commercial practice. Modern business partnerships, joint ventures, limited liability companies, these contemporary forms have roots that trace back through centuries of evolution. That includes the Hanseatic period as important chapter. The specific forms changed, legal frameworks became more elaborate, but the fundamental problems of how to organize collective economic activity, how to manage risks, how to align incentives between partners, these remain recognizably similar to problems that Hanseatic merchants addressed. The concept of trade associations, industry groups that cooperate on common interests while competing in markets, has clear parallels to Hanseatic organization. Modern industry associations typically do not have the political power that the Hansa wielded at its peak, do not conduct military operations or negotiate treaties, but they do coordinate on standards, on lobbying for favourable regulatory treatment, on collective marketing, on information sharing, on matters where cooperation benefits all members even while they compete for customers and profits. The voluntary nature of membership, the challenge of achieving collective action when individual interests sometimes diverge from group interests, the need to balance between cooperation and competition, these are enduring organizational challenges that the Hansa faced and that contemporary associations continue to navigate. The European Union itself, that contemporary attempt to create economic and political cooperation among European nations while preserving national sovereignty, has sometimes been compared to the Hanseatic League, the comparison having both validity and limitations. The EU, like the Hansa, brings together independent political entities in voluntary association for purposes of economic cooperation and collective action on common interests. The EU, like the Hansa, struggles with tension between collective interest and national interest, with challenges of achieving consensus among diverse members, with questions about how much sovereignty members should surrender to achieve collective benefits. The EU has much more elaborate institutions than the Hansa ever developed, has formal bureaucracy and permanent decision-making bodies, and legal frameworks that were absent in medieval confederation, but the fundamental challenge of balancing cooperation and autonomy is similar. The differences are significant and should not be minimized. The EU is territorial organization based on nation-states controlling defined territories, while the Hansa was a network of cities without territorial control beyond city limits. The EU has evolved toward greater political integration, creating institutions with genuine supranational authority, while the Hansa deliberately remained loose confederation that avoided creating strong central authority. The scale is different. The EU encompassing entire European continent, with population in hundreds of millions, the Hansa having been limited to Northern Europe with perhaps a few 100,000 people directly involved. But the comparison is not merely whimsical, it reflects recognition that the organizational challenges of creating cooperation among sovereign entities, of managing collective action problems, of balancing between integration and autonomy, These are enduring challenges that different eras address with different solutions that nonetheless share underlying similarities. Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck officially retain designation as Hanseatic cities in modern Germany, Hamburg and Bremen being federal states called Free and Hanseatic cities, their official names embedding the historical connection. This is more than ceremonial nostalgia. It reflects real continuity, these cities having maintained their commercial importance through centuries since Hanseatic decline, having adapted to changing conditions while preserving elements of identity that trace to medieval origins. Hamburg particularly has remained major port and commercial centre, adapted from Baltic trader to become one of Europe's major container ports, handling trade from around the world, the contemporary global commerce being vastly different from medieval patterns, but the city's role as commercial intermediary showing recognisable continuity. The modern organisation called the New Hansa, founded in 1980, brings together nearly 200 cities from multiple European countries that identify with Hanseatic heritage. This is cultural and tourism organisation rather than commercial confederation, its purposes being to promote awareness of Hanseatic history, to facilitate cultural exchange among member cities, to leverage heritage for tourism and civic pride. The new Hansa has no economic or political power, does not coordinate trade or negotiate treaties, but its existence reflects continued resonance of Hanseatic identity, continued sense that the historical experience of merchant cooperation creates bonds and shared heritage that have meaning for contemporary urban communities. The economic lessons that scholars and practitioners draw from studying the Hanseatic experience relate to multiple domains. The network effects that the Hansa created and benefited from, where each additional member city increased the value of membership for all cities, this is recognized as fundamental feature of many economic and social systems. Modern platform businesses, companies that create networks connecting multiple parties and that derive value from network growth, face analogies to challenges the Hansa navigated about how to maintain network quality while expanding membership, how to prevent free riding, how to manage competitive dynamics among network participants. The importance of reputation and repeated interaction for sustaining cooperation, concepts that game theory and institutional economics have formalized, were understood practically by Hanseatic merchants who built systems that leveraged reputation to enforce norms and to maintain trust. The contour system, the restrictions on merchant behavior, the threat of exclusion for those who violated norms, these were mechanisms for making reputation salient and for creating consequences for opportunistic behavior. Modern systems, from credit scoring to online reputation ratings to professional licensing, are different implementations of similar principle. That cooperation can be sustained when parties have reputations to protect and when opportunistic behavior has consequences that outweigh short-term gains. The role of standards and standardization in reducing transaction costs, making markets more efficient, facilitating economic growth. This is economic principle that Hanseatic experience illustrates clearly. Lübeck law created standardization of legal frameworks. Standardized weights and measures created predictability in transactions. Quality standards maintained by merchant associations assured buyers of what they were purchasing. Modern standardization efforts, from technical standards for products to accounting standards for financial reporting, to quality certifications for various goods and services, serve analogous functions, reduce costs of verifying quality, and enable markets to function more smoothly. The challenges of collective action in voluntary associations, the difficulty of achieving cooperation when individual incentives sometimes diverge from collective interests. This is an enduring problem that political scientists and economists study, and that organizations of all kinds must address. The Hanse's experience, its successes in maintaining cooperation for centuries, and its eventual failure to adapt to changed conditions provides case study in what makes collective action possible and what limits it. The lack of strong enforcement mechanisms, reliance on voluntary compliance reinforced by reputation and by selective sanctions, this worked reasonably well when members perceived clear benefits from cooperation and when external threats created urgency for collective response. It worked less well when benefits became less obvious, when coordination costs increased, when members could pursue individual interests without immediate consequences. The Belt and Road Initiative, contemporary Chinese effort to create networks of infrastructure and trade relationships across Eurasia, has occasionally been compared to historical Silk Road and sometimes to Hanseatic League, the comparison emphasizing network creation, commercial cooperation, connecting diverse regions through trade relationships. The validity of comparison is debatable, the Belt and Road being state-driven rather than merchant-driven, being territorial and infrastructural rather than purely commercial, having geopolitical purposes beyond commercial profit, but the attention paid to historical analogies reflects general recognition that studying historical patterns of commercial organization and trade network development provides insights relevant to understanding contemporary economic initiatives. The archaeological study of Hanseatic sites continues to reveal new information about daily life and commercial practices in medieval trading cities. Excavations in Bergen, in Novgorod, in Lübeck and other cities have uncovered thousands of artifacts, from everyday items like wooden utensils and leather shoes to commercial records written on birch bark or preserved in archives, from ship remains that show construction techniques to warehouse foundations that reveal how goods were stored. This material evidence complements documentary sources, provides tangible connection to the lived experience of people who participated in Hanseatic trade, enriches understanding of how the system actually functioned at ground level beyond the formal treaties and political structures that documents emphasize. The museums dedicated to Hanseatic history in Lübeck and Bergen and other cities serve educational functions, presenting history to general public, to school groups, to tourists who may have no prior knowledge of what the Hanseatic League was or why it mattered. The museums must balance between accurate historical presentation and accessible storytelling, between preserving scholarly standards and engaging audiences who want compelling narratives. The popularity of these museums, the visitor numbers they attract, suggest that Hanseatic history resonates beyond academic specialists, that people find something meaningful or interesting in the story of merchant cooperation across medieval Northern Europe, perhaps seeing connections to contemporary concerns about trade and cooperation, perhaps simply appreciating the human story of people pursuing prosperity through patient work and collective organization. The persistence of Hanseatic themes in popular culture, in historical novels and documentaries and city festivals that celebrate medieval heritage reflects continued cultural resonance. The annual Hanseatic Days, events where cities with Hanseatic heritage host festivals featuring medieval markets and historical reenactments and cultural performances, attract large crowds, create temporary recreation of what organisers imagine medieval urban life might have been like. These festivals are entertainment and tourism promotion more than historical education, involve considerable romanticisation and simplification, but they reflect desire to connect with past, to imagine oneself in different era, to find meaning in historical continuity. The economic history profession has given considerable attention to Hanseatic League, seeing it as important case study in pre-modern commercial organisation, in how trade networks functioned before modern institutions of national states and central banks and formal corporations. The debates among historians about how to interpret Hanseatic organisation, whether to emphasise cooperation or competition among members, whether decline was inevitable or contingent, whether system was efficient or was riddled with inefficiencies, these scholarly discussions help refine understanding not only of this specific historical case, but of broader questions about how economic institutions emerge and function, and eventually become obsolete. The lessons from Hanseatic experience are not simple or unambiguous, do not provide clear prescriptions for contemporary policy or business practice. The medieval context was vastly different from contemporary conditions, the technologies and institutions and political structures all being fundamentally different, making direct application of Hanseatic practices impossible, even if that were desirable. But the underlying challenges of organising economic cooperation, of balancing individual and collective interests, of adapting to changing conditions, of building and maintaining trust across distances, of managing risks in uncertain environments. These are enduring challenges that every era must address in its own way. Studying how Hanseatic merchants address these challenges provides perspective, offers examples of solutions that worked in particular contexts, and of limits that those solutions encountered, enriches the repertoire of organisational forms and practices that contemporary actors can draw upon when facing their own challenges. The Hanseatic story ultimately is a story of patient accumulation and eventual transformation, of organisational forms that served purposes for centuries and then gave way to new forms when conditions changed sufficiently. It is a story of how cooperation among independent entities can create value beyond what individuals can achieve alone, but also of how such cooperation depends on conditions and how it becomes difficult to sustain when underlying conditions shift. It is a story of how economic and political and social factors interweave, how commerce cannot be separated from law and governance and culture, how changes in any domain eventually affect all others. It is a story of human agency operating within constraints, of people making choices and adapting to circumstances, sometimes successfully and sometimes less so, pursuing their interests and their values, building institutions that outlasted them and that shaped the opportunities available to subsequent generations. The physical buildings and the legal principles and the organisational patterns and the cultural memories that persist from Hanseatic period, all of these are legacies in various forms, traces of 5 centuries of merchant cooperation, evidence that the patient work of commerce and governance and institutional building creates effects that endure long after the specific forms have passed into history. The merchants who built St. Mary's Church, or who developed Lübeck law, or who maintained accounts in the Peterhof warehouses could not have anticipated how their work would be remembered and valued centuries later, could not have imagined the museums and the UNESCO designations and the scholarly studies and the tourist festivals that would make their experience subject of ongoing attention. They were pursuing their own purposes in their own time, solving their own problems, building what seemed useful and necessary for their circumstances. That their work left traces visible and meaningful centuries later is perhaps testament to how thoroughly they addressed the challenges they faced, how well they built institutions and practices that had genuine value, how successfully they created systems that worked well enough for long enough that they shaped the development of entire region, left marks on physical landscape and on cultural memory, and on institutional patterns that persist in transformed but recognizable ways into contemporary times. The patient accumulation of ordinary work becoming over centuries the foundation of heritage that continues to resonate, continues to teach, continues to connect, present to past in ways that enrich understanding of both. The Hanseatic legacy being not frozen museum piece, but living inheritance that continues to evolve as each generation finds new meanings and new applications and new connections to its own concerns in the experience of those medieval merchants who built their network of cooperation across northern seas, who navigated between competition and collaboration, who created prosperity through patient work and who left behind lessons and legacies that persist into our own time, speaking across the centuries about enduring challenges of human cooperation and about the patience and persistence required to build institutions that endure. And so the ledgers close, the account books balanced one final time, the careful entries that tracked 5 centuries of patient accumulation now archived, preserved, remembered, but no longer actively maintained. The merchants have departed from their counting houses, the ships have returned to harbour for the last time, the warehouses stand quiet along the waterfronts of cities that continue, but that no longer gather in confederation. The whole elaborate system of cooperation and commerce having transformed into something else, into memory and legacy and lessons that persist even as the living practice has passed into history. You have travelled with these merchants across cold northern waters, have sat with them in their deal as they calculated profits and wrote letters to distant partners, have witnessed how patient work and trust built across distances created prosperity that endured for generations. You have seen how institutions emerge from practice, how cooperation can achieve what competition alone cannot, how adaptation and persistence matter more than any single dramatic success, how the ordinary work of commerce and governance, repeated faithfully across years and decades, creates the foundations on which communities and prosperity rest. There is nothing you need to remember now, no cities to recall, no dates to hold, no treaties or trade routes that require your attention. Let it all drift away like merchant cogs sailing into evening mist, their forms growing indistinct, fading into the gathering dark. The story rest complete, the pattern whole, the journey finished, and you can rest as well, releasing all of this, letting the weight of history settle gently away, breathing slowly, deeply, finding your own quiet harbour where the day's voyages end and where sleep, that patient merchant of restoration, waits to gather you in, to carry you gently into the night, into rest, into the deep peace that comes when all accounts are settled, and when there is nothing left to do but drift and settle and sleep.